Hey, what's up, everybody? Mogion Monster here. Welcome to Why the Fascination, or WTF, as I like to call it. It's New Year's Eve. Holy shit. I want to welcome everybody. It's going to be a long show, guys. Here's the plan. I don't know why I'm yelling. Here's the plan. I'm gonna ring in each time zone as we go. So I've got somebody coming on from the Eastern time zone at about quarter of 12 their time. Actually, it's my son. He'll be on. Anybody wants to come on tonight, feel free. Email me. Hold on, let me put up that email address. It's monstermogion@gmail.com. Anybody. I think Murray wants to come on. We'll get you on. Yeah, it's going to be a long night. So, buckle up. Yeah, let me just get some shout outs. Kim, what's up? It's my sister, Kim Kaunhofer. Oh, shit. No sound. Who just said no sound? Okay, so there is sound. Don't do that to me, Kim. Shit. That's why I don't want family in chat. I'm just kidding, Kim. Anyway, Mr. Lee 3PO, what's happening? Mary, Paul, Cashew, good evening. I don't know why someone's saying no sound. That's on your end, Kim. Colleen, hello. Sandra, I know I'm missing people. Off-World Adam, what's happening? Who did I miss? Squatch and Cowboy, what's up, Joe? Yeah, we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna ring in each time zone as we get to it, and hopefully I'll have someone from each time zone on. So if you're in, the Central Time Zone and you want to come on and ring it in with me, we can do it that way. I think that would be cool as hell. It's up to you guys. But again, it's anybody can come on tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody. This has been an awesome year for me. I know it's been a shitty year in general. I can't do anything about that. And I've been trying my best to make it a better year for everybody else, and I hope I succeeded, and from the looks of things and with the success of the channel, I think I've accomplished something. So thank you, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be doing this. Mid-South, what's happening? Crave Dog. I'm so happy. I'm thrilled and honored that you guys are willing to spend your New Year's Eve with me. That means so much to me, It's been a good year, for me. And like I said, I owe it to you guys. So from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Let's pray to God that this upcoming year is better than this shit show we just went through. Yeah, and just make it the best year it can be, Don't go into it. Go into it with a positive attitude. It can be a good year, and it will be a good year. Joey Hayes, what's happening? Big Rob. Big Rob's at work. That sucks. Hola, Juanita. ¿Cómo está? James Hoggle, the Southern Prepper. What's up, dude? Iron Dogger, great to see you. Hey, you know what, Iron Dogger? You have a great community here, a true blessing, and it is. It's an amazing blessing, I thank God every day, I said a prayer just before I came on and asked for guidance and it's going to be a good year. You know, it's got to be. So yeah. Hey, Pammy. Pammy's, you guys, but probably some of you know, some of you don't. Pammy is my other sister. Um, I just heard someone say, "How many sisters do you have?" 4. Only boy. um, yeah, Pammy is coming out to Arizona. She's in New Jersey right now. She'll be coming out tomorrow night. She's going to be out here for about 3 months, so it'll be an awesome opportunity to hang out with her. If you guys have heard some of my stories, like the day my mother died, Pammy was with me. She experienced it with me. Um, you know, I tell my version of the story. She might have her own. Not much difference, except how the dice came out. I think that's the only. But while she's out here, I'm going to see if I can get her on. My sister Kim, she's got some stories. I'm going to see if I can get her on. But I am going to tell you about the story. Kim, let me know in the chat. I don't recall if I mentioned that shadow story you told me last week. I know you mentioned it, but I don't remember if I told everybody else. So even if I did, this is weird. So the other day, my sister, she lives here in Arizona. She goes out onto her patio, and it's an enclosed patio. It's just open in the front. She goes out to have her coffee in the morning and cigarette, and she hears somebody screaming, and it's a man. And he's screaming, and she sees him walking off the street, and he's on the other side of the street. And as he's getting closer, he's still like yelling, and he's I'll have to find out if she heard what he was saying. But he gets in front of this wall, and now she sees him, and she sees his shadow. But then she sees his shadow bend down like it was picking something up. But he didn't move. So I don't know if I mentioned that the other day, but this is something that just happened recently and my sister told me about. Pretty weird. So yeah, I'm going to be probably babbling about stupid shit throughout the night. It's going to be a long night, guys. We're probably looking at a 5-hour show. So I don't expect you guys to stick with me the whole time. You guys have lives. But yeah, hold on. I got to watch the time because I got to send a link out to my son. But I also want to send a link out right here. Excuse me while I take care of business. Isn't that dead air terrible? Oh, shit. You guys should be used to that by now. All right. That's one link sent. Murray, I'll get you to you in a little bit. Sawdust Beast, what's happening? Great to see you. Sorry about that. Like I said, you guys should be used to me being fucking quiet. Hey, I didn't push the wrong button, though. Night's still young, though. What did I just see? Tony, what's up, buddy? Crow Creek. Sasquatch. Alan Lindsay, what's up? Who else is here? I know I just saw somebody. Luis, what's going on, man? Can Squatch. Nice to see you. So yeah, guys, anybody wants to come on tonight, feel free. monstermogion@gmail.com. I'll send you a link. We'll get you on. I'd really like to say, thank you to a lot of people in person. So whoever comes on, it would be awesome. It's going to be a long night, so pace yourself. I just sent out a link, and I'm hoping he comes on. You'll find out. Actually looking forward to talking to him. But I'm not going to get your hopes up in case he doesn't come on. All right. I got to scroll back down. Bon appetit, Iron Dogger. Robin Lynn. Cooking full, huh? Right on. I kind of bypassed dinner tonight. I had a bowl of cereal. Just wasn't feeling it. Didn't feel like cooking. Didn't feel like going out and getting anything. But tomorrow I'll probably cook something. I usually like doing a dinner on New Year's Day. So yeah, recently I get a lot of horoscopes, over in my emails and stuff. And some I pay attention to, some I don't. I mean, it's kind of silly to pick and choose, but I'm not really picking and choosing. It's just like I'll listen to just if I get two different types, I pay more attention to one of them. And there were some things it said with the full moon and just like about manifesting, and something else about closure or loose ends or something to that effect. And I was like, that doesn't apply. Excuse me. And then I was looking through Messenger or something, and my cousin was there. And this is a cousin that I haven't spoken to since he was a kid. And his father was my uncle. But we grew up, I grew up with this guy, and he was like a brother to me. And for some reason, today I reached out to this guy, my cousin, and I said hi and started talking to him. And it turns out my uncle passed away in August. And I kind of had that feeling for some reason. But it was just today of all days, the last day of this year, to something inspired me. It was right in front of me to reach out. And I kind of got this closure today. And I had to laugh at it because, the fortune was true, and I cried today, because of it. Like I said, we were like brothers. We had a falling out. Well, things happened. And, it was sad to hear that he had passed, but, it was good to unite with my cousin, and I'll stay in touch with him. He's a cop back east, and, it's amazing how much he looks like his father. I had to be careful about talking about this tonight because I'm getting choked up. But anyway, didn't mean to it was a weird day, and it was a good day. So, all right, guys. Paul, what's up, buddy? I got to get my headphones on. I knew I forgot something. All right. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Try that. I'm getting a weird static. I don't know if it's on my end. All right. I'm not hearing you. Let's see. Mic is on. Can you hear me? Yes or no? I can't hear you. Can anybody hear him? Can you hear me? All right. So, Paul, we can't hear you for some reason. I'm hearing a static.
How about if I take that out?
Whoa, that fucking makes a difference. That just got loud as hell.
Sorry, dude. Apologize. I'm not.
Oh, no worries, man.
Hey, pleasure to talk to you. But actually, we can talk.
You as well, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Half a bottle of rum down, a couple of edibles. I'm riding a good cloud right now.
You're doing well.
Yeah, man. It's awesome, man.
Right on, man. No, it's absolutely a pleasure to meet you, man. We've been talking in chat for how long, man?
Yeah, likewise, dude. I mean, I just wanted to tell you last night the nut joke. I meant nothing by that. It's because Cashew was a nut and the blind squirrel.
Oh no, that was funny as fuck, dude.
Oh, I know. I felt bad afterwards. I'm like, son of a bitch. I didn't mean that derogatory. It was funny.
No, that was great, man. I thought that was funny as hell.
By design, you're a smart man, no doubt. But I'm sitting here watching the Three Stooges marathon, hanging with my one-eyed wonder.
I have a one-eyed wonder too. Actually, my German Shepherd is blind in one eye.
I'll tell you what, this cat could take out a ninja.
Christy Sci-Fi, what's happening? Good to see you. Hi, Diane. Who else? So, what's your deal with the paranormal or Bigfoot, or why the fascination, man? Why are you here every night?
The subject about Sasquatch it interests me for the simple fact that how can something so big be so elusive? He doesn't go to the grocery store, still he eats. He doesn't crap on a toilet, but we can't find him.
Well, I'm not even going to go back into this story. Talking about the pile of shit I found, but I'm not going there. Yeah, dude, I'm fascinated with the whole subject.
Myself as well.
And it was pretty cool. It was tonight. I was listening to today. Dixie Cryptid released a show.
Yeah.
And the story took place. Actually, I think he replayed it. Somebody else, I think, Cryptids Canada had played it or something, because I remember the story. But it takes place about, I guess, as a crow flies, maybe 40 miles from here. And it was a Bigfoot encounter. And just this past week, I've been hitting the mountains right in front of me. Like there's a mountain range across the street from me, and I started exploring in there. And technically, these things are connected with these mountains. So it's pretty cool to read that, to hear that story today, and know it's just that down the street. Now, do you hear? Is there I'm getting a weird clicking sound.
That's probably my dog whining because he's got to go out. I don't know. It might be me tapping the mic, Moog, so I'm not too good with all this crap. So.
Oh, it did sound like a tapping.
Hold on, Bubba. I'm gonna take you out. Give me a few minutes.
It could be a weird echo too. Hold on. Let me turn down my headphones. don't think that helped either. That's all right.
Yeah, I lowered my mic as well, so I mean that might help it a little bit too. I just woke my wife up.
Oh crap.
Nah, it's all good, dude.
So who else is here? Yeah, like I said, I'm just fascinated with the subject.
Myself as well, and it's a broad horizon, Mogs. You know what I mean? You can incorporate a lot of different things into the subject matter because it's very diverse, and they could all be intertwined.
And they kind of seem to be, depending on what you're talking about. If you're talking about orbs or the paranormal or UFOs, somebody's got a story that brings them all together.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I just wanted to come on because I wanted to chat with you and wish everybody in chat that, we all bullshit every week. Happy New Year. God bless. I hope you guys all have a healthy, prosperous New Year.
You as well, man. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I got some other people.
Put an ugly face to the name.
Right on. I'm about to send out another link. And these, I'm glad that people like yourself that haven't been on before are coming on. I'm getting requests now. I'm gonna send the link out to Patrick Vaughn. I know he's done some research down in I guess Louisiana.
I just wanted to tell you this. I know I bust Gary Hootenholler's balls with you, and I laugh. That dude's pretty sharp, and he's smart, dude. I must say, I respect him totally. I just wish he could, govern the lips a little bit,
or learn how to blink.
He's like a mannequin dude.
Oh, dude, he just doesn't blink.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. No, I have a list of people that I want to get on the show, and
absolutely, Mogs. I just wanted to say hello and do this.
No. What I'm saying, as far as in the future, I have a list of people I want to get on the show, and I want to get actually Kenny Irish.
That would be great.
I want to get Kenny on, because he doesn't get to talk too much when those two are on the show together.
Oh, dude, I was talking with someone today, and I said, "Yeah, this guy." I said, "I'd hate to be in the same room with him. I'd be afraid I'd suffocate. He'd take all the oxygen out because he doesn't talk." But yeah, he is very knowledgeable. I will say that. I can't knock his credentials, dude. He's solid.
Oh no, not at all. I watched a video from like 2012, and Gary was in it. Yeah. And it was a research video where they were out. It was on like the History Channel or Discovery Channel or one of those channels. I'm not sure which one it was on, but it was just funny to see him in the field.
Yeah, I can see him doing it now. He's in front of the camera going, "Hi, I'm Gary Hootenholler, and these are my two research associates. They're mimes."
That's too funny. All right, I gotta get this. Send an invite out to Patrick. So I might. Whenever I do this, I get quiet.
It's all right, Mogs. It's all good. It's organic, dude. I tell people that all the time. When you're doing stuff live, you know what I mean? It's different than when it's going by a script. You know what I mean? When you're writing
a what? A script? What's that?
Yeah, no shit, right?
Seat of my pants.
Yeah, right. It's the best when it's live and in real time because everyone is experiencing it live.
Absolutely, and
it's not predetermined.
It's not. I'm not saying I don't. I hope I don't make it look easy or anything, but it's not easy. It can be nerve-wracking at times.
Hey, listen, man. You know what? And it's a good circle. Sawdust, Kerry, a lot of the people that even Dave Scott. Dave's a cool shit, man. He's got a great show.
Yeah.
It's just too late for us on the East Coast here, man. He comes on at like freaking midnight. If I was a vampire or a zombie, I might, it might be like, "Hey, I just got up. Great. Woo. Let's check out Dave."
Yeah, I watched Dave's show.
He's good at what he does.
I don't know. I don't know if he does interviews. Like I'd get him on the show if he'd come on. You know,
Well, you can
I
ask
know a
him.
lot of people go on his show, but I'd rather have him on mine. I have no reason to go on his show. As far as like, I couldn't talk that long.
Bring Gary with you.
All right. So Patrick, I just sent that out to you. This should. Oh, there we go.
But I wore my favorite bandana. It's the only one I own.
Right on, man. Thanks for the nod. I appreciate that.
It's all good, dude. You got a great show. Kerry's got a good show. Mikey LIB's got a good show. Christie's show is good.
Yeah, Mikey's cool. I didn't notice. Is he in chat? He might be doing his own thing tonight.
I don't know. He posted a thing. I think him and Gary and a couple people that New York crew are going to do like a Project X or something.
Right on.
From what I saw, yeah, that's cool. That's your old hood around that area, you know. So, New Jersey.
Yeah. Where are you from, man?
I live in Massachusetts. I'm between Boston and Providence.
Okay.
So I'm like 20 minutes to Providence and an hour to Boston. So I'm, between two capitals. It's a good place to live, man. We got a state forest here, Freetown State Forest. I'm not too far from the Bridgewater area where they get the Bridgewater Triangle.
Sure.
I'm not going out and looking for these things, man.
When I moved to Arizona, I took the train from Boston to Flagstaff.
Oh, that's cool. That's an awesome ride, dude.
That was a long ass ride.
Damn straight, dude.
Well, you know what? I'm 6'3". I don't fit in those seats. Like I fit in a seat, but not to sleep. So it was like a 60-hour ride thereabouts. I would go into the observation car and crawl up on the floor in the corner just to get some sleep. But I'll tell you what, I was on that train by myself, but I hung out with this group of people and we just partied the whole trip.
Yeah.
I had to sober up before I got to Flagstaff because I was like, I can't let my dad see me like this.
Dude, I don't think I've ever gotten drunk with my dad. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, he's held it against me my whole life. I used to steal beers out of the garage after I cut the grass. You know what I mean? But yeah, and it's not easy not to drink, dude. You know what I mean? If you do other things, that's fine. It's always hard to do the right thing, Mose, no matter what you're doing in life. It doesn't really matter. It takes effort and dedication.
And it does. It's like, I don't drink. I quit drinking 3.5 years ago. Haven't had a drop since.
You're probably a better person.
Dude, my life changed. I wouldn't I probably wouldn't be alive today if I kept drinking. My life changed.
So I played in the band for a lot of years. I sing and play guitar. And that lifestyle, dude. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I hung out in bars. I was a bouncer in rock clubs and biker bars and
dude, kids fucking nailed it. Rock and roll all night, party every day. That's what that life is. That's what them dudes do.
Yeah. What kind of music did you do? Rock and roll?
Original, no covers. Probably sort of like a fire hose. When I get a chance, dude, I'll send you some of the tracks that we recorded in the studio. I'll let you give it a listen.
Right on. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. All right, I'm getting these emails. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just getting emails. I'm like trying to figure out who I'm sending what to. I'm getting messages on Messenger. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, man, it's it's a cool thing. We got all this technology and stuff. You know what I mean? Because you guys do this for nothing. You know what I mean? You put on a great show. We're all lucky to be part of this. At some point, if everything becomes monetized and you have to pay for it, it's going to ruin it. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean,
not saying you guys don't deserve to get paid.
I gotta thank Cashew.
The best right there.
She promotes this channel, and I'm sure every channel that she's a moderator or whatever on. But my in the past 2 weeks, my subs have gone up significantly because of her work and due diligence. So thank you, Cashew. We're about 120 something away from 1,000 subscribers, which is kind of insane. They're fucking 1,000 subscribers would listen to me. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
You got anything better to do?
I'm kidding. No, it's a blessing that I get to reach this many people and meeting people like you, Paul. It's amazing. I've met so many amazing people and heard so many awesome stories, and it's gone a lot further than I expected it to. As far as I didn't really look at all the benefits of starting a show, and it's a blessing, and I thank God every day.
You reach a lot of people, dude. You got a good gig. You bring good stuff to the table. You know what I mean? Even when you freestyle and you get not that I'm the greatest guest in the world, but when you can do this and interact, and the chat, your chat is the best on YouTube, period. Dude, but it's and it's funny as hell.
It's because of you. It's because of Pappy and Stephanie and Cashew and Joey and everybody that's there right now. You guys make the chat. I have like the best chat on YouTube. That's not me saying that. That's you. That's a lot of other people who just rave about the chat.
I partake in it.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And thank you guys. I don't know. I don't. Thank you. I'm not even going to question it.
And Pappy is actually close to me. I think he's probably about 7 miles from where I'm at.
Yeah, he's up there in Massachusetts. That's right.
He's in the concrete jungle. That place has gone downhill in a minute. I'm going to tell you what. Oof. It used to be
Boston.
A nice city. No, Fall River. It used to be a nice city. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. But yeah, in that area.
Oops.
Conversation casually. Sorry, Pappy. But yeah, at one point in time, it was a great city, man. The mills turned cotton into gold. And when the rich left town, shit rolled downhill quick.
Address not found, so I don't know. Okay. So it says Patrick's address wasn't found for some reason, unless I screwed it up. I'll have to double check.
So now, Mogs, I have to apologize to Cashew for calling her dude because she's a dudette.
So I have to ask, when did you find out?
Just now. Dude, it's not like I'm trolling for girls or anything. I'm married, man. That's up front.
No. Because she had said to me, she goes, I think Paul still thinks I'm a guy. I'm like, no, really? After all this time? She's like, yeah. I said, nah. Apparently so.
Well, had to go to the bush to take a leak. It would have figured it out pretty quick right there. But yeah, dude, man, yeah, you really are blessed. You got good people in the same genre you're doing that, are gonna help you. They probably got your back. You know what I mean?
And that's another blessing is the people that have helped me along the way and have taken an interest, like Carrie. Amazing people at Sawdust Beast.
I just found
Beast TV.
I just found Sawdust channel, dude. I've watched like 3 shows.
Those guys are awesome.
Savages, man. They're awesome.
They are amazing people.
It's right out of his mind.
Bama Murdoch, the salt liquor, no, the lamp liquor. Okay, I think he just froze up.
He's like, yeah, there we go. Sorry.
No worries.
I should have put some foil on my head. It's all where my arm goes.
Yeah, those guys are awesome. I'm thrilled to be. And he said the other day, which just I was honored to have him say it, was he called me his. This is like his sister channel.
That's a compliment, man.
That's huge, man. That is huge.
It's like the other night on a show too. Duke was talking, and he was, saying the new younger guys that are coming up, and he paid LIB Mike a big compliment, saying he's out there, doing it. Other people
absolutely
get on the computer and talk about it. He's actually doing it. He's showing you what he's doing.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way, man.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just figuring things out here. Yeah, I give credit to everybody who does boots on the ground. Absolutely, that those are the people who are that we. I mean, we need out there. We're not going to learn shit. I mean, I'm starting to get a little bit out there. Like this past week, I'm just starting to check out my area, and it's fun. I mean, I'm going out there by myself, but I leave them. I let somebody know where I'm going. Before I leave.
You have to do that nowadays. But I'll tell you, man, the more you open your eyes, the more you see. I've been studying still pics, like screenshots from videos, for about a year now. And it's amazing how well a Sasquatch can hide in plain sight. And you don't see him. But as soon as you bump up the definition on your camera and you blow it up, you're like, holy crap, he's like 2 feet from that person, and they don't even know he's there.
All right. So this says Facebook has a bug, prevents us from. I was going to send it out on Messenger, the link. And so how do I do this? Oh, hell.
Yeah, senor.
No, I'm not tech savvy. I although I give myself a lot of credit. I didn't know shit when I started this. Literally, I didn't know a friggin' thing, dude. And I floundered through it, and I did videos. My first 17 shows were pre-recorded interviews. I figured out editing on my own, just on whatever's on my computer, and I'm learning, So now I have to figure out.
I actually got a good story about that, Mogs. I used to belong to a veterans post, AMVETS Post 60. And there was this one dude in there, freaking know-it-all, right? So he would just sit there and he'd spew all this garbage out of his mouth. So one of the old veteran cats, cool guy, quiet guy, probably killed 1,000 people, you know what I mean? He's carrying that burden his whole life. And, he said to the guy one time, he's like, you know what? He said, I wanted to ask you a question for a long time. He says, how come when a deer goes to the bathroom, he poops little pellets? He says, when a dog goes to the bathroom, it comes out like a log. He said, and when an elephant takes a shit, he goes, how come it splats all over the ground like a big patty? The guy goes, I don't know. What are you asking me for? He goes, see, I knew it. You know shit about shit. Oh, dude, it was beautiful.
Christy, I don't have Patrick's, unless it's under my other account. Crap. Patrick's Messenger. Crap. I'm looking for your for Patrick's. I can't send it through Messenger. All right, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, Facebook, they suck.
No, I gotta double check this email address. I might have.
I gotta take the dog out for I'm picking up Tootsie Rolls, and I don't want to do that.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you
Hey,
coming
it
on.
was my pleasure. It was my pleasure. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well, man.
All right, man. Take
I
care.
got to
Brother.
send out. Actually, I got to send out. Happy New Year. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Take care. See ya.
Oops. Yeah, I have to send out an invite right now. There we go. Because we are 19 minutes away from the new year on the East Coast. I'm kind of curious. I don't watch TV, but I am kind of curious to see what Times Square looks like right now. Talk about crickets. I mean, that's the world's largest New Year's Eve celebration, and no one can go. So, let's see. Messenger. All right. Yeah, Christy, I'll send that out here in a second. Actually, I'm going to probably just have to copy it. Yo, son of Mogs. Awesome. Yo, Christopher, what's up, buddy?
Hello, everybody. What's going on?
Everybody in chat, this is Christopher. This is my son of Mogs. Hold on, I gotta remove this. Hold on. You gotta see this. This is funny as fuck. I don't know if there's any Trekkies out there, you'll get the joke. So what's going on, Chris?
Nothing much, man. Freaking waiting for this ball to drop.
Are you watching television? What's going on in Times Square? Is it like, uh-oh, damn it. Chris, just get back to me. It seems like you dropped out. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't touch a button. There he is. Wasn't me.
Something happened. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Nope.
Yeah, we're watching Channel 5 or something. And
so what does Times Square look like?
Okay, so I just saw a video. Pitbull did a performance. Nobody.
Really?
Absolutely nobody. I mean, security for whatever they have, but it was very
Ghost town.
Yeah, it was weird. He was just talking to the air. There wasn't much, or not a lot of people there. For the first time in forever, you see that, and you're used to thousands and thousands of people every year. I have only watched on TV because I'm not crazy enough to go and be in the middle of one.
I was never stupid enough to go either.
So yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting, and I feel like this year is definitely a homebodies year. Everybody.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Just wait. I mean, yeah, we get the new year. We just hope for better things to come and better people.
Well, I think, hoping is one thing, but you can actively, take a little more responsibility for your life or whatever. Or just, you can make things happen. You can make it a good year. You put hope in one hand and shit in the other. See which one fills up first. Sorry. But you know what I mean. Take an active.
Look what you get.
Yeah.
Oh man. So what's going on with you? How'd the day go?
Day's been good. I've been just staying home. I've been venturing out like by myself, doing some exploring around here.
Very nice.
I'm getting addicted to friggin' Google Earth. Oh, dude! All of a sudden I realize I'm like, oh wait, I can zoom on and see what, and I'm cruising the reses, like the Indian reservation. I'm like, what's on here? Because just weird shit out there, man.
Yeah, there's been
So-
weird stuff that Google Earth has recorded, like the car driving around, and I mean, most of it's dated, I think, right now, 2019, 2018, but, a guy falling off the sidewalk, or, it's in different frames as you're going down the street. But, yeah, no, definitely Google Earth I remember when Google Earth became a thing on the computer, just scrolling and scrolling, letting it spin and pick a spot and zoom in and zoom in.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, this is pretty cool because, I could just put in a coordinate and boom, there it is. It brings you right to it. But it's cool to see what's out here. Like, the other day I was looking, like I used to work on the train here, and the train would follow the Verde River, and there were different, you go through different mountains and stuff, and supposedly there were Indian ruins on top of one of these mountains. So like I spent like an hour looking for that on Google Earth. Couldn't find it. But then I went to another area that I knew there were ruins that I've been to that aren't even on a map, and tried to see them from that view. They didn't really show up, but I know they're there because I've been there.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just like goofing around with this, but that Google Earth is putting me out there more. So like, it's getting me out of the house because I see something, I'm like, I want to go there. So I just and it's just the local mountains that I'm checking out. It's pretty cool.
I downloaded an app. It's called Randonaut. It's called Randonauting, and basically it sets you up with coordinates and random coordinates, and you go with an intent or an intention. Like some lady or some guy, he said, I thought of a hockey stick, and the area it took him to, it was a mailbox with a hockey stick on. Like just you have, if you think of a certain
don't fall for that shit, dude.
topic, there you go. But so some people get really into it, and
yeah, I'm sure.
Answers. I look on my Google Maps where it's taking me, and I go to the actual the image of the street, and I'm like, I'm not going there.
That's the hood.
Somebody's backyard or a business. I'm like, no, not legal.
Let's see who else is in chat. Toy Airy, how are you?
Chat. Let's see. Chat.
Who else? Mike or Patrick? Hey, Mike, you gonna come on later or what, man? So
sun mode. That's funny.
I'm having a brain for. Oh, there. That's.
So for everybody that doesn't know, and Dad, you probably realize this year is the 10th year in a row on the phone together for New Year's.
It is, man. Yeah.
And
so for the past 10 years, Christopher and I have been celebrating New Year's. Yeah, we'd on the phone. We'd call and we'd bring it in together. So this year I was like, yo, dude, why don't you just come on? Because
it was a great idea too.
It seemed natural because I was going to be on anyway. So it was either we were going to do this or you were going to be on the phone. So I gotta hang on a second. I gotta type in this link. Can't see shit.
Well, for everybody listening, 10 years ago, I was a junior in high school, and I'm 25 now. So, yeah, do that little math. And I was at my best friend's house the day that New Year's Eve that my father called, and it was really cool to be with basically my brother. And then my father called, and having that tradition for 10 years now is pretty incredible, honestly. I was thinking about it today, how it's 10 years, and
that 10 years flew by, dude.
I know.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned it, I'm like, wow.
Sitting in Emilio's basement with you on speakerphone.
Yeah.
And him looking at me like, I can't believe that's your dad on the phone. So, yeah.
You got to understand, folks, we lost touch for a while. Unfortunately, but we've mended fences, and we're back in each other's lives. Life happens, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I thank God that I that we are in touch and that we do have a relationship. Got to get you and the baby out here.
I don't know when COVID will decide to kick rocks, but
yeah, I don't know, dude. And for those guys, if you don't know, my dad did test positive for COVID, but they released him from the hospital. Apparently, he probably had it for at least a week. He's at my sister's house now, recouping. He's okay. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Very good.
I see Patrick. Hang on, Chris. I'm going to bring someone else on. So,
all right.
Mr. Vaughn, what's happening?
Hello, Moggs. Hello, son.
Hey, what's going on, man?
This is my son, Christopher.
Nice to meet you.
So, how are you, man?
I just got over COVID.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it was a rough ride.
I still don't have my sense of smell or taste back.
I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want it. It's simple as that.
It's terrible. So how are y'all doing on New Year's Eve night?
We're doing good. We were just talking. I'm psyched that I'm spending. I get to ring it in with everybody and my son. And I'm going to do it. Time zone by time zone. So that's going to be a long show.
I am a central
right
time zone. So it's hour and 6 minutes till midnight.
Right on. So now you're an active researcher, correct?
Yes.
And you've done stuff with like Christy.
Yes, I've tracked 24 individuals of the species, and I've had 33 encounters, 8 of them face to face.
Wow. Did you hear that, Chris?
Yeah.
He's talking about Bigfoot.
Well, you got to understand, I did 16 years. This wasn't anything that I ever thought was real. I was the opposite side of the spectrum until I got into primitive living skills, primitive survival, and a lot of training with that. And then I started running into this thing, and it literally took my third encounter before I would admit to myself it's a real thing.
Wow.
That's what you would think the second one would have convinced you.
I'm
the first one you talk yourself out of, and then the second one I would have figured, okay.
Well, the second one, I admitted that there is a phenomenon known as Bigfoot that will make you think there is a Bigfoot there. And that's as far as I could take it at that time.
Interesting.
And then I developed a single knock theory that I used to solicit encounters. And my son actually was using it at a fire, and he called one into the fire. He walked right into, I'm looking at it. Actually, 3 of us are looking at it. And that's when I actually admitted, okay, this is a real being, because I didn't want it to exist. And that's when I started studying it. And I kept my mouth shut for 16 years studying this thing until, and I wouldn't have said anything except for the safety aspect of 2 species that are competing for the same resources in the same areas at the same time. And there's people that kept having bad experiences, And then I heard about the 411 missing cases, and I can't confirm or deny what that is. And I said, well, there's definitely a safety issue. So I reached out of the primitive survival groups into this community and put the study that I'd done for 16 years into it with all the insight and knowledge that I gained from. Really, I got lucked out, and the first encounter, the female, I went back up there, and she eventually has a son and an old man.
So that would be, Sasha, Sam, Little Sam?
Sasha, Big Sam, Little Sam, and now there's a little Samantha running around up there.
Oh, right on. Very cool.
And I spent a lot of years studying them, and they studied me.
Wow.
That the rule that I come up with, as far as once they know everything changes, they have no reason to hide. They'll stay back in the brush and whoop at you, knock at you, throw stuff. But I've had little Sam, right there. Was it about 9 weeks ago in the dark? He's 7 foot tall and skinny now. But I used what I learned from them to go to other areas and find them in other areas, and tracking them, finding how they use the lay of the land, where they hunt at, where they stay at, how they avoid people, their capabilities, and I use that to go out and find them in other places. And I used to track for another show, and Christy Sy was in on that, and I'm gonna tell you, she's a brave woman.
Yeah, I got that feeling about her.
Oh yeah, I had her jump out. I had her bail out of the back of a truck with a 9mm in her hand. She had my back. So
that's awesome. Right on. There was something I was just going to ask. I'm just watching the time. Christopher, you watching the time over there?
Yeah, we got about a minute
2 minutes. Right on. When it counts down, when it gets closer, let me know. So we'll count it down.
As I saw a guy, there's the guy on here before me that had a question of, they're big, how they avoid us.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like an answer to that?
Sure.
They can spot you out at 400 yards in a rainstorm at night. They have a primitive mindset, but an extremely high IQ. They can just get out of your way. They do 40 miles an hour at least. So
no, I've heard those stories. How fast they run, and what is your take on, say, the I don't want to say the cloaking, but is there something different about their hair? Is that what gives them the ability to blend in?
I used to roll my eyes at things like that, because I'm a very matter of fact debunking person.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna tell you, this past August, third weekend of August, I tracked up behind two of them within 6 feet, and I hit them with a spotlight, and the spotlight just wrapped around them, but their eyes are there, and you're looking at their eyes, but they're the color of night. Wow. And it has to be something with their hair.
Yeah,
I don't.
15 seconds. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, Mom.
Happy New Year.
Salute. Holy cow. 1 second. Sorry about that.
Happy New Year, everybody.
That's awesome, Chris. Hold on. I got to pop this up. Where's my lighter? Chris is probably hugging some friends.
Sorry about that.
I'm trying to open this without putting an eye out.
Well,
what you got there, Moggs?
Some sparkling cider. I don't drink, so.
Yeah, me too. I got something here. I got some. I'm in a. We got some grapes with some alcohol. I think
salute. Salute.
All right.
I'm never gonna get this open.
Take these things out.
I rarely drink myself. I drink about a 6-pack a year.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Even at 25 years old, I'm really not into the drinking thing much anymore.
Well, it hurts too bad now.
Recovery.
Bad heartburn as it is.
Well, growing up on the Texas-Louisiana line, tequila was my, that's my favorite thing, and it tries to bury me now. So,
no. Yeah, no, I would only drink tequila when I was out, like at a bar. Never ended good.
Well, I was out partying,
Well, I appreciate you having me on, Dad.
Christopher, my pleasure. I'm so happy that you joined us.
Me too.
Very cool. Very cool to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too, Patrick. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Christopher, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's, guys. Thank you very much. And Dad, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
All right. Happy New Year's, guys.
I'll
See you later. Love you too. Bye.
That was awesome of my son to come on.
Very cool to meet your son. Mine is 24, and I'm picking him up in the morning for a 3-day weekend of primitive skills classes.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Camping, primitive camping, primitive survival, a skills challenge.
Okay. See, I was wondering what somehow I cut myself on that damn top. So you're into survival training?
Yes. I've been into it hard about the last 20 years.
Okay.
Trapping, snaring, equestrianship. I can train horses.
Nice.
All of it. But and I'm gonna tell you, Sasquatch screwed that up for me quite a bit. I almost quit. It's
Really?
hard. It's hard to go out in the woods and come across this with limited firepower because I'm not carrying a modern weapon. A lot of times I just have a knife.
Yeah. I just started doing that recently, and I just carry a knife.
Yeah, but when you got to lay there in the dark and you hear them creeping in and looking at you, it's disturbing. So,
I've never had an experience, but just from the stories that I've heard and the things that I've learned, I don't look at the woods the same. Even though I've never had an experience, wherever I go, my head's a little more on a swivel.
Well, how they pick a home place is very similar to how a primitive man would pick a safe place to live if he's living behind enemy lines. 16th century man would pick a place that had a water barrier on both sides of them, a thicket, and an egress point. And they're very much the same. And
excuse me.
Domino's Pizza.
Pam, I'm doing a show right now.
Hi, Pam.
Happy New Year to you and your son. So I will see you soon. Okay, I love you.
I'm kidding. I was just kidding. Yeah, Happy New Year, Pam.
Happy New Year.
Enjoy the show. I just want to wish her annual Happy New Year.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow night, all right? Have a safe flight.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
How close to Superstition Mountains are you?
3 hours, probably, because you got to go all the way. It takes me an hour to get to the valley, like to northern Phoenix, and it's all the way on the other side of the valley. It's on the east side of the Valley of the Sun, near Apache Junction in that area. Yeah, that's another weird place.
Have you been in there?
No.
Any plans?
I don't know. I think I'm gonna stick to what's around here, right now, because
Yeah.
there's a lot to explore here, and there's some stories. I would hear stories how the cattlemen wouldn't bring their cattle up this certain canyon to Flagstaff because of something, back in the day.
Really?
Suppose, yeah. And there's other stories from up on the rim, the Mogollon Rim. So there's a lot of opportunities out here to investigate. So and my area, we have the Verde River that runs through my town, and it's a riparian area for however I think it's 100-mile river. So there's a lot of opportunities there too. I think because there's water, there's fish, there's habitat.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many vast areas of where people don't live. It's just it's high desert, but I can see them surviving here no problem.
Well, I'm pretty good on the criteria and on the aerial maps, and I'll pull up the aerial map of Verde River and see if I could find a waypoint to send
Right
you.
on. Yeah, man. Cottonwood, Arizona. It's that's where I'm at, and the river runs right through. I'm 15 miles from Sedona, Arizona. There's another river there, the Oak Creek. So there are waterways here and sources, even though it's the desert.
Yeah, well, I've heard them living out there. There's reports of Bigfoot from the Southwest out there.
Oh yeah,
and I know a guy saw one in Utah. And it's dry there. He rode up on his horse. He was on his horse riding around the side of a mountain, and there he was, both of them on the same trail. And he said he went downhill and they went uphill, and they just left each other alone. And the guy is this guy's in my group, and in our group, it's a rule that your word's your bond. You can be wrong, but you better not be a liar, because you'll be out. So
I would definitely rather be wrong because I don't lie.
Well, in a primitive survival setting, when you're out, we might be out 140 miles on horseback in the middle of the Rockies, in the middle of nowhere, and you want people that are straight up with you, and that's a rule,
Sure. So, yeah, you don't need flakes in those situations. Dude, what's happening, buddy? Happy New Year. Yeah, so everybody on the East Coast, Happy New Year. Eastern time zone. Next we have
anytime you want to kick me off, let me know.
No, dude, I'm doing good with you. I want to hear these stories. I've heard some good things, and I'm fascinated with it. With Bigfoot, I am just enthralled.
Well, there's a lot of people that attach a lot of supernatural things to it, and I cannot debunk. I started at plotting points on a map, and debunking everything I can, and holding on to what I couldn't. And a lot of people put superstitious things to them, and I can't debunk those. I haven't reached that far into it, but approaching it as it is a purist, primitive survival, primitive person, I've got a long ways with it. As far as they live here on the earth, they live in faraway back places. They're smart. Some of them will actually pick a spot 200 or 300 yards off of rock roads where they hear you coming, and that alerts them, and then they can get out of the way. I've seen that happen.
That makes sense.
So
move. Come on, move.
So if you approach them as a primitive person with a high IQ but a primitive mindset that has the capabilities of doing 40 plus miles an hour and can see you in the dark, in a rainstorm, with
At
just the
400
ambient
yards.
light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, they can pick you out at night, and you can imagine what they do in the daytime.
No.
You're not going to chase one down. You know,
No.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I've had my greatest breakthroughs, you know, using their concerns against themselves, you know, because what they use against me, I turn around and use against them. Everything they use is their strengths against my weaknesses as a human. So I turn around and use their weaknesses against themselves, which is their greatest concern. Their greatest concern is, what does your presence mean to their survival? So when you go into an area and start doing things that people don't usually do, you'll get attention. If you want dispersed campers have some of the highest rates of encounters because they're going into areas that people don't usually go into, doing
Sure.
things that people don't usually do, because, you know, there's a lot of BLM out west. Around here, you have wildlife management areas and national forests. And they witness people going into an area, sitting down, doing a little hunting, scratching their butt, drinking a little water, and they hit the same trail and leave. And they watch people do that year in, year out, and it doesn't bother them. You'll never know they're there.
Yeah, but once you venture out,
yeah, go in there deeper, doing something that people don't usually do in an area that people don't usually do it in. Like go set up a tent, kick up a fire, sit there and relax. You know, pretend you're asleep in your tent and listen. You know, because I'm a tracker, and I actually, when I get into the woods and before I get tracking, I actually silence everything and I listen until I feel the woods, the hum of the woods, and I'll feel the hum of the woods as far as I can hear it. And the hum of the woods literally turns into a feeling for me. And as I'm tracking, I'm feeling that hum. And anything that breaks it, I notice it. You know, if I have something coming in at 120 yards on 2 feet, I hear it. You know, and Christy's got pretty good at picking it up as well. Christy can, I'm like, do you hear that? She goes, yeah, I hear that. Well, someone else sitting there that did not get in tune with that, with the surroundings, won't hear it.
yeah, she told me her first time out, she was finding tracks and some other stuff. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool. You know, I think it's important, you know, if it's people should know about these things, you know, and it's a shame that we're at where we're at with this, you know. People don't know what the hell's going on. My neighbor doesn't know shit about Bigfoot, you know?
Yeah. Well, when you have one species that doesn't know about the other, and the other is 8 feet tall and 800 pounds, there could be a problem. Okay.
Sure.
You know, I could be out teaching knife only survival for 3 days in the middle of nowhere. And what's the safety aspect of that? And I'm not the only one doing it. There are other people that are doing this that have no clue that they're there.
Sure.
So that's a safety concern for me. That's why I came out of, you know, I broke my silence and, hey guys, this is what I know about it. You know, maybe we could figure this out and push this as a community. As a community, as a collective, we should be able to push this subject as far as we need to.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's, you know, I've been trying to push this subject with this community for about, I guess, 13 months now that I've been communicating into it.
I just think it's a matter of figuring out the proper way to push it, to get it out there, you know, the right people.
Yeah.
You know, I think, you know, people like Steve Ishtal is, you know, he's making an effort to get awareness out there, you know, on his channel. No bullshit type of approach, you know, and that's good.
Yeah. I like him as far as his methodology, his frame of mind. It gets very redundant to watch people walk around and chasing their tails. You know, I had a series of questions that I wanted answered, and I systematically answered almost every one of them, up into including what level of light do they operate in, when they're close to you? And the answer is you can't see your hand if you're in your face. Okay. On a dark night, that's when they, on a moonlit night, they'll stay out away from you and just watch you. But if it gets real dark, no moon, moon goes down, it's cloudy, you can't see your hand if you're in your face. That's when all the magic starts happening. They start coming in close. You start hearing, and if you know how to communicate to them using knock, you can have some pretty interesting encounters. You can do a single knock on a dark, moonless night in an area that they frequent, and there's a chance you'll get a knock back. I actually fooled one when Christy and I were in South Arkansas. I fooled one. I did a knock, and it did a 2 knock, and then it come running in, and then it did a single knock and left. And the 2 knock meant that he thought he knew who he was talking to, but he didn't. It was me. Yeah, he run up, 80 yards out there on a ridge line, did a single knock and was gone. And I went out there and tracked him on camera back to the tree where he did the double knock at.
Oh, really? You found the tree?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, because you are a tracker.
Yeah, I'm a tracker. I'm a trained tracker. My grandfather was a tracker in southeast Oklahoma for the sheriff, and my father was a real good woodsman and tracker. And I grew up hunting, fishing, tracking. And
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, growing up, I did the hunting and fishing, but when I was in 5th grade, we read an article out of the Reader's Digest, and it was called The Tracker. And the story was called The Tracker, and it was about this guy, Tom Brown Jr., and he ran a survival school and tracker school back in New Jersey. And he came and visited us, in 5th grade. And to me, that was like cool as hell. So growing up, I looked up to this guy as a tracker. It made me look at the woods differently. I mean, my dad taught me hunting and fishing and, the ropes, but there was something about this guy that was cool as hell. And he was a tracker.
Yeah. It's an art form. You have all this information and all this basis, but how you apply it can turn into something very personal. And I was taught by an elder a long time ago to go and sit, and I was young, and just listen. And you listen and you discern out all the noises in the woods, and you silence them and you discern what is what, all the way until you hear that hum in the woods. And then as you're listening to that hum, your eyes are closed and you picture everything around you in perfect order. And when you open your eyes, your mind is already trained and has an edge on discerning out all the disturbances you see compared to what the perfect world that you had pictured in your mind was. And so I use that quite a bit. Tracking. You sort through all the disturbances you see, the hydrology, the storm damage, people's damage, animals. You sort through all that till you find the disturbance you're looking for. And you do that. I do that now in an area that, I picked up on all the criteria that they like to live in, and I'll get within half a mile of that and skirt around it, because that's going to be their hunting area and where they travel at. They're either going to be hunting that area or they're going to have a travel way coming from that area going to an area they hunt a few miles away. And I'll circle that area till I find that travel way, and that's what I start tracking.
It's fascinating. Let's see. I just got to glance through here. Reaching Cold Mountain Before You. What's up?
That's a good movie.
Well, it's somebody's using that name in chat.
Yeah.
Scotty B, what's going on?
I can't see the chat right now.
Yeah. If anybody has questions, feel free to ask, and I will get them across. If you can't see the chat, I'll.
Okay, I just got it up.
All right, on.
Happy New Year, Stephanie.
Cashew, thank you for posting that.
Yeah, I treat them as a primitive being where they live at. I go circle where they live at. I find the travel ways. I start tracking the travel ways, and that'll lead you to their hunting areas, where they get water at, where they're crossing water. And I have learned so much. I learned more tracking, I think. You know, and you can read a story from tracks. I actually, Christy and I were in Central Louisiana with the show, and the one that she has a cast of, I tracked it to where it come up behind a deer. It got in a turning fight with this deer. The deer broke loose and took off to the creek. It chases to the creek. The deer jumps on the sandbar in the creek, makes 2 steps. You see the Sasquatch track jump on the sandbar, and then the deer tracks disappear. And you see the Sasquatch track step off of the sandbar over to the next bank, which is just a few feet, and walk off. So you learn a great deal about tracking. And
if you know what you're looking for, you can reenact a lot.
Yeah.
I just watched something recently. It was a video where this guy tracked. What the hell? It was like almost like an exposition or I forget where it was, but the guy walked through this trail and they filmed it. And this guy came in and followed him just by tracks, and it was just amazing. I just saw it recently.
I watched that. He was tracking Jeff Meldrum, actually.
And he even said where he changed his shoes. He sat here, changed his shoes. That was impressive.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah.
But
Larry M wants to know, how close have you been to one?
6 feet. Actually, it was 2 of them. One was about 4.5 foot tall. The other one was 7 foot tall to the eyes.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was the 3rd week of August. And what was Patrick's first sighting? My first sighting was in 2003 with a young, slim female known as, I named her Sasha in 2003. And from 2003 till, I guess, 2017, I did my own research, and I actually developed single knock theory off of, my little boy loved finding Bigfoot, right? Well, I always had another name for it, but there was some show, and I'm not sure if it's Finding Bigfoot or another one, but this guy steps out of a cabin, he does a single knock, and he gets a single knock back. And well, now it has my attention because I'm just walking around the house, working on a Saturday, and I stop and I'm paying attention. And that guy got a single knock back, and I thought, I wonder who's hiding out there in the woods that did that. But it never repeated itself. And the guy did 2 knocks, he did 3 knocks, he did 4 knocks, he did 5 knocks, he stepped all over it. And then that gave me an idea. How about if I go out in the woods, and if single knock means I'm here, what would happen if you went out to a park bench, sat on a park, and just sat there and said, hey, hey, hey? The mentality of any intelligent being that's walking by you is going to, eventually one of them's going to come up and say, hey, back. And so I said, well, I'm gonna try to build on that. So I went out and I used single knock, and it was easy. I do 2 or 3 knocks. I do a knock every 68 seconds, and then here come a knock, and it would knock and come closer. And I still didn't attribute that to Sasquatch because I was trying to debunk Sasquatch. I wasn't trying to prove it. I said, if I can take the knock away from Sasquatch, then Sasquatch isn't real. And so I went out investigating knocks. And the knocks were easy to get until
backfired on you.
Yeah, It actually quit knocking with a stick and actually knocked with her hand, and then stepped into the firelight. And I'm like, there was no denying it. My little boy was for proving their existence, and I was for proving they didn't exist. And that was our approach on it for several years, and he was right. So, I was never a fan of it, but I've had a lot of experiences. Single knock provided a lot of experiences for me. Learning their vocals and how they approach is important, because I see a lot of people just go out and just do something, but where your feet are and where their feet are is extremely important when you're knocking. And how they approach, they'll circle uphill or downwind or both. If there's an uphill and downwind, if you can find that area, you'll know exactly where they're going to come to, because that's where they go. They want to smell and see you, because seeing you isn't believing. They got to smell you too. That's that primitive mindset. And they can do that at hundreds of yards away in the dark. You've got to provoke them to make them come in. And you can ask Christy about the Central Louisiana yell. I'm doing a yell, she's doing a yell, I'm doing a yell, she does a yell. Then all of a sudden you hear this one, and he circled us all day. I heard him circle, and Christy heard him too. The other person there never heard it. But, I'm yelling to his direction because I know he's on a hill out there. And then Christy yells, and he goes, "Brah, brah, blah, blah." And everybody's eyes got that big.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Christy just said, Mogs, ask Patrick about eye shine.
Yeah. Yeah, she was the first one to see it out there. We've had eye shine. On expedition in southern Arkansas, my tracker partner, I saw one at 100 yards in the starlight, staring at us, red eyes. I mean, it's full bodied. It's right there. It's darker than black of night. And it paces this way, looks at us, paces back that way, looks at us, paces again, and then it's gone. But it didn't leave out. This is how smart it is. It didn't leave. It went outside of my peripheral where I'm looking, because the camera panned accidentally. Didn't even know it was there. Panned accidentally and caught its eye shine looking right at us. But it'll play on your peripheral vision. That's how well they know you.
Wow.
Ain't that creepy?
Scary. No, I don't need something knowing me that well.
I understand, but they study everybody goes out in the woods. If you've been in the woods for very much, you've been studied. And if you don't know and they know you don't know, you're okay. A lot of times I go into an area and I pretend like I don't know, and I'm just walking around looking at trees, looking at sticks, and I'm tracking. Because if it's a new area and they don't know, I don't want them to know.
Sure.
It's when I start yelling and knocking, that's what provokes them, because, now this guy knows. And that changes everything.
How does it change everything? Because the way they react to you, they're like, "Oh, well, screw it, he knows now." Start throwing shit at him, or I mean, I don't. You know what I mean?
They'll come in closer.
Okay.
If you don't know and they don't know you don't know, they'll stay out 100, 120 yards. And unless you're very keen, you won't pick up on their footfalls. But once they know, I've had them walk up, well, like I said, right into the firelight. They'll come up. I've had little Sam. I was trying to live and let live. What I try to do is figure them out to where I cannot step on their toes. I know how to avoid them. I know what areas they're using. I can let them, they do their thing in their area, and I just kind of skirt around them and still do my thing and respect them. That's a big part of what I try to do. But little Sam, his mom let him come around to us and check us out. Okay. And so when she gave him an inch, he took a mile. I would I've been, I've been up there fishing and have him walk up right behind me. I can almost feel his breath on the back of my legs under a brush. And I look back, he's duck walking under this brush coming up to this pond, and he's watching me fish. So
do you ever gift at all?
I haven't. I have considered giving them something. I just didn't know what to do because I don't want to put food out. I do not want them associating me with food. What I did consider doing was getting some beads and putting on a leather necklace and go out there and take 4 staffs, a tall one, next to tall one, next tall one, next tall ones, and drawing their footprints, because I know each one of their footprints and shapes, and draw their footprints by each staff and putting a necklace on each according staff with beads on it. And then I could have one too. So the next time I go in the area, they have theirs and I have mine, and I'm, maybe we can be friends. And I've considered that, but I haven't, because I'm concerned that as fast as they're moving through the woods, what happens if they, snag something? Yeah.
The size of those things, it's going to break the leather. It's going to break the tree. It's going to, I get the concern though. I mean, that's a good way to think about it, Maya, what are you doing? My dog's like pestering me.
Yeah. Well, I've always been careful with horses because, I've had horses get hung up on their halter and can't get loose, as big as they are.
Sure.
So I thought about that, and I said, well, I've got to figure out something. I thought about maybe making a bracelet or something.
Yeah, it's weird because I've wondered the same thing. As far as like with a necklace, I mean, sure, you'd have to make it big enough, but would they wear it?
That's a good question.
I
think little Sam would. I don't believe Big Sam would. Big Sam can't stand me. He can't. He's a big crotchety dude. He can't stand me being around. Sasha's cool with me. Little Sam's cool with me, but I can't go around the little one. I actually had little Sam, 9 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago, was beating on his chest out there because that little one was there. And I got that on audio, and I got the little one on audio screaming and running. But and then Sasha started throwing stuff, and it actually hit my recorder and my laptop. This laptop I'm on, and I left. But I started having these weird trucks follow me around. Okay, and I always rolled my eyes at the trucks following people around, the helicopters.
The whole MIB thing.
Yeah, I always rolled my eyes at that. But my tracker partner, we went up there, and when we set up, I said I got one area I go to, it's an improved area. I do a couple of knocks. Little Sam will holler, and then he'll come skirt around. Sometimes Sasha's there. Well, I pull up there, and there's a black Chevrolet with blacked out windows parked, 100 yards away. He just pulled up there and shut the lights off, sitting there. And I sat there 45 minutes. Finally, I took my spotlight and I spotlighted him. I said, I know you're there. And then he left. Well, then, about a month later, I'm back up there, and I'm actually in my area, tracking area 1. And I pull up, I put it in park, and I look in my rear mirror, and that same truck's behind me up the hill on the gravel road sitting there. And so I just sat there, and he pulled up, and he finally cut the distance in half and got my tag number. And then I'm just sitting there, and I'm playing it cool. And he pulls around beside me, and I'm in a Chevy 2500 with, no tinted windows. His is blacked out. When he pulls beside me, I can't even see in the windows. And as he passes me, he has a ham radio set up in the back of his truck. And then he slowly goes around the next curve, and I turn to my tracker partner. I said, what do you want to do about this? He said, let's chase him down. So I drop it in the gear, and I start chasing. I'm running 80 on gravel roads, and I couldn't catch the guy. Okay, I don't know where he went, but he was gone. And so I haven't been back up there since with those trucks following me around up there. It's weird.
It's like, how do they even know? That's the question, is how do they know where to show up?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. It only happened after I did an interview on another show. And when I did interview, and that guy had told me, off air, he said, yeah, this other guy is supposed to be a Fed. Well, then after that show, I start having trucks show up. And I'm like, I don't believe this, but here it is. It's a stupid problem to have, but there it is, And also, there was not only was that black truck there was a white truck there that I saw into. The sun was shining just right, and the back seat behind the back seats was a cage. Okay, so it had a caged back seat in a plain white truck, and I'm like, well, I'm not going in that cage, So, yeah, there's planes. I've seen 2 helicopters. I saw a black truck twice, with a ham radio set up, and a white truck with a cage behind the front seat and the back seat. So I haven't been back up there since then.
I don't blame you. I mean, to have to deal with, feds for, what you're doing is a little ridiculous.
Well, it's hard enough. It takes all of me to track these things. It's not like I'm tracking, I'm nonchalant. It takes my 100% concentration. Sure. I can't be looking over my shoulder for these other people or helicopters or whatever they're doing. I can't do that. And I'm not going to put my group in jeopardy. I've protected them since 2003, and I'm not giving their spot away. To this day, there is no map that I own that anybody can come and take and say X marks the spot.
That's good.
For their respect. So,
no,
yeah,
that's good.
It's been a weird trip.
No doubt, it's fascinating now. That's most people just have no clue, and to hear these stories and what the amount of time that you've invested in your life to this subject, is admirable. And the majority of people never know. It just what you're doing for the the community and the subject and is really commendable, and
thank you.
There's only a handful of people that are going to pat you on the back. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I appreciate that.
You're not into it for that. I know that.
Yeah. I don't even have a channel. I research, I find new evidence, new insight, and say, okay, guys, what do y'all think about this? Sometimes it leads me to more questions than I have answers. And
sure.
I'm looking, and someone, everyone you meet is going to know something you don't. And so. And there are people that I meet are like, well, yeah, well, about this or about that. It's kind of like the pigs, the terrible pig plague that we have in the South. I had a guy tell me an experience he had with a federal game warden. And in another state up north, because they were getting further north, the pigs are. And he says, can I hunt these? Is there a season on them? Do I need a tag? And the guy says, why would you go shoot them? We just have to turn more loose. And the guy thought about it, and he's like, he walked back to his truck, and he got in his truck, and the more he thought about it, why would he be doing this unless, what are they feeding up here? What are they feeding?
Oh.
And then,
yeah.
And this was years before you ever heard of the subject Bigfoot. And then once you heard the subject Bigfoot and about how and my group loves pigs. I fed a couple of roasted pork ribs to a juvenile in Texas a few years ago, and they love pig. And that guy's like, what do you think about this? And I said, that's weird because, and when you think about it, a lot of the National Forest WMAs around here, they heavily regulate how you kill a pig. I mean, you can kill a pig on private land, but on their lands, you have to be licensed during the day only. It's regulated just like a deer. you know,
'Cause
and
I know they're nuisance species in like
yeah,
Texas,
yeah,
and they seem to have a free for all shooting those things.
yeah, you know, you would think the state would say, okay, just come and do this, but you know, it's kind of like they want to keep some of that population around for a reason, and so and that's pure speculation.
Well, the
But
fact
it's
that the guy said he'd have to release more
yeah,
is that's
ain't
but
that
it
weird?
does lead to that question: what are they feeding? That's the
Yeah,
only reason that they would put pigs there.
yeah.
Only.
And I personally attribute the population explosion of Sasquatch in my state to the explosion of pig population. Because just doing the math, and this is going to sound weird, but just doing the math, it's for a fact. You know, my work works off of theory. I don't really discuss theory much unless I say I'm discussing theory here. I'm not discussing theory here. I've worked the math off of the theory. The fact is, in my area, that there is one Sasquatch per 7 square miles of wilderness in my area. Okay. And I know it may be a hard pill to swallow, but I come up with that number last year. That's the reality of how many's around. And I attribute that population to all the pigs.
Makes sense. Sounds like a big population, though.
Well, out west it can be different, you know, because as your food sources and your resources are more sparse, be one Sasquatch every 20 miles. But in my area, with all the hogs, the frogs, the deer, the turkey, all the birds, you know, snakes, they eat snakes. I've tracked them where they've dug snakes out of the pine straw and eat them. They are thick around here. You know, I tracked 3 Sasquatch 12 miles from my house. They cross over a river. They come out of Bossier Parish, crossed a river, and was going into a farmer's field hunting pig, because my son's friend had an encounter there, and they called me up one Saturday night and said, "Hey, something weird happened. That my friend's talking like you talk. He's sounding weird." And I'm like, "Well, you know, I'll come track for you." And sure enough, it was three Bigfoot. And
Maya, you can't come up here. Come on, move. My dog's trying to climb up on my lap.
she just wanted to say hi.
German Shepherd thinks she's a lap dog.
I love German Shepherd. I grew up with one.
Come here. Come on. Come on.
Oh,
Hi. You say hi? You shedding. Turn around. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's enough. So now you're just going to sit on my lap the whole time.
yeah.
Dog.
I grew up
So,
with.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I just saw Duke say something about, I guess, the population. He goes, that sounds about right. We have plenty of food here. Population is likely as dense or even more so.
Yeah.
And he's up in Montana.
Yeah, I got 4. I have 4 in an area of about 18-mile radius that they run, and that's in my area that I do. That's my study group. Texas, there's 3 more. Matter of fact, I'll be there this weekend. There's 3 more, and probably about the same size area. Southern Arkansas, there's 6 on about 2,000 acres. And Mississippi, I come across. There was 8 there in one night, and most of them are only half grown, but they're running an area, you know, 3,000, 3,500 acres. You know, they're pretty dense. You know, and their areas back up to you know, where one clan's area stops, another one starts. You know, and here's the thing. They produce a full-grown Sasquatch, adult Sasquatch, he may, equivalent to an 18-year-old every 6 years. Okay. So, every 6 years they have an 18-year-old that has to go find his own area. And that's, that's happening every year. It's not every 6 years, it's every 6 years for one family. But another family, they could be a year or two ahead. So every year there's a new Sasquatch that has to go out and find a new area. And they get thick.
Yeah, I often wondered about that. Like how so
I'll go into the
6 years is
I'll go into that if you want.
I'm just I'm gonna I have to address things. From reaching coma. In Washington State, in the Army, they gave out pamphlets stating to leave them alone if encountered. I do remember hearing about that, where they had put it in the pamphlet, like they acknowledged it.
Well, I had a federal law enforcement agent. He was a federal game warden, lie to me about bear here. Okay, and he doesn't know me from Adam. I'm fishing a pond. I have bear scat, bear tracks. I have where a bear swam out in the pond, caught fish, come up there and ate the fish. Took a nap, and then left. And I tracked this bear. Well, what he did, and then I had to get a federal game warden, walks in to check me. He comes in and checks me, checks, any weapons, license, all this stuff, permits. And then I tell him, hey, you got a bear up here. There's no bear in here. I said, well, come here. And I showed him the tracks. I showed him the scat. I showed him where it swam out, caught fish, ate the fish. Showed him where it took a nap under a bush in the grass. Showed him which direction it went. I said, that's a black bear. He says, we don't have black bear here. That was a pig. I said, there's a pig, huh? And then I realized I'm going to have to let this guy lie to me. So I let him lie to me. He says, yeah, it's a pig. I said, okay, cool, it's a pig. And he walked off smiling, And then I know a guy that knows the guy, that knows his federal warden. And he has a bear up there with a radio collar on. And he's already told my buddy, if anybody shoots my bear, you better have wounds and scratch marks and stuff. But the guy bald faced lied to me. And
it's funny.
Go ahead.
No, I had approached a game warden here at the local state park. He's a law enforcement officer, but a game warden. He was checking licenses, and we were leaving, and I saw the warden walk into his Jeep. So I was like, Dad, wait a minute. I got to ask this guy something. The guy comes over, and he's maybe 15 feet away. I said, can I ask you something? He's like, sure. So he starts walking over. I said, what's your take on Bigfoot? And he starts laughing, And then at the same exact time, my dad's driving and I'm in a passenger seat. I look at the guy, my dad looks at the guy, and at the same time I say, I'm serious. My dad says he's serious. That guy stopped laughing immediately. His face went from laughing to scared, like, oh shit, what is this? What's going to come out of this guy's mouth next?
Mm-hmm.
And I realized it. I picked up on it immediately, and I was like, oh shit. And I was just like, well, I watch these YouTube channels and, I hear all this stuff. And you saw a little bit of relief in him. And he's like, well, I don't listen to any of that stuff. I'm a wildlife biologist.
Yeah.
They don't exist, blah, blah, blah. But the last thing he said before he left, he goes, I'd like to believe they exist. And we drove away. As soon as we pulled away, my dad looks at me and I look at him. He goes, did you see his face change?
Yeah.
I said, yeah, Dad, that guy was full of shit.
Yeah.
Blatant, right? But it was cool that,
Yeah.
I scared the shit out of this guy.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a funny thing. A guy in my group put himself through college working as a ranger out there in the Northwest. And as a rule, everybody's business is their own unless you want it known. So we don't pry or ask about anything. Well, I'm sitting there cooking some venison up over a fire. He goes, we're talking about weird stuff. And I'm banned from speaking about this in my group. I've actually was ordered by a national officer to never speak about this in this group. Well, this guy just opens up and he says, yeah, I was a park ranger up on such mountain in the Northwest, put myself through college. And he says, I was young. And when I got there, two of the older, more seasoned rangers said that told him to go to a specific mountain at a specific time, overwatching a specific waller. They had a waller up there where elk and everything would go waller up there in the mud. And they wouldn't tell him why. So he went up there at the specified time and sat there. He was glassing from a distance. And he said it was there. And he didn't call it by name. And that's all he said. He said it was there. And so to me, it's almost like a known fact that they won't talk about it.
I still want to grab this guy's ear.
Yeah,
definitely. I'm going to be like, do you remember me? No, you will.
Yeah.
Reaching Cold Mountain before you asked, how long do they live? Do you have an idea?
Honestly, I'm about halfway into that on the study.
I was going to say, you can only,
Yeah, I mean, Sasha is the female. I know about how old she was when I met her, only because of how her son aged. I watched her son age, and using how he aged and extrapolating back, I figure that she was around 5 to 5.5 years old, which is equivalent to a 16 to 17-year-old female. And so, right now, little Sam is almost 7 years old now, and he's equivalent to a 19-year-old. And so using that as a basis, Sasha now, if she was let's say she was 6 years old, 2003, that puts her born, 1997, so right now she's middle-aged with an old man and 2 kids,
True.
Now in Squatch years, that makes her very old in Squatch years, but, she may live to 150, 200 Squatch years, I haven't worked that out just yet, but I'm working on it. I'm not sure how I'm going to know if she dies, because she might outlive me.
True.
And if she dies, I don't know how I'll be able to tell that either. I guess I'll quit seeing her tracks up there, but it'll take a while for me to find out that I'm not finding her tracks anymore.
Sure.
Right now her tracks it's her tracks and then the little tracks. Little 7.5-inch tracks now. And that's the way she was with little Sam. Anywhere she was, he was. And if I found his tracks, I could always follow his tracks back to where she was. Because he's not going to stay, until he hit puberty.
Yeah. Where you'll find one, you'll find the other.
Yeah.
Patrick Cassidy, where are you from, dude? Just curious. I think my brother-in-law has a brother, Patrick, and last name is Cassidy.
There's quite a few Patricks, and I'm like, someone say hi, Patrick, and I'll say hi back, and I'm like, oh, that's not me, sorry.
Squatcher Cowboy asks, not being a smart ass, but how do you figure the age?
The age, I figured, okay, when little Sam hit puberty, I know for a fact he hit puberty September 2018. He hit puberty. All right. Extrapolating back, his track size, their tracks when they're starting to actually get around is a size 6. Every size 5 track I find, and I have found them, is still being put down and picked up by mama. So extrapolating back, I believe their foot is about a 4 when they're born, 3.5 to 4 inch when they're born. And so little Sam hit puberty, and puberty, I'm using a human analog. A human analog, puberty is at 12 years of age, average. Now he hit puberty on his 4th year. You know, so he's 12 years old at 4 years old, equivalent to us. Okay, so I know he hit puberty because he's running around screaming, acting crazy. I mean, he's hit it hard. So at 4 years of age, if he's equivalent to a 12-year-old, that's 3 Squatch years per human year. Okay, so with 3 Squatch years per human year, 6-year-old Sasquatch is 18 years old. And right now he's almost 19 years old. He's 7 foot tall and skinny. He's just skinny as a rail. And so far my calculations, as they're not in a book, but they've been dead on with my group.
So Patrick Cassidy is from New Jersey. Go figure. You're not related to Jack or John Cassidy, are you? My sister Pam. Sorry. But that's see, that's the kind of research that we need. You know, it's a possibility, you know. It's a theory that wasn't there before, you know. And that's fascinating to me that you can figure all that out. Just, you know, but it makes sense because you're out there witnessing
it took
researching this, you know.
16 years. Well, right now, from 2003 to 2020, I'm 21. I'm still researching, but 16 years with one group studying them.
I know it's that time. I just don't know what time exactly it is there.
I'm fixing to get out of here, Chief. It has been fun. Great to meet you.
No, I'm just saying it's that time as far as it's New Year's Eve and you're about to bring in.
Oh, okay. Oh, mine. Yeah, it is my New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Well, I got to take a break for a second. I'll be right back.
I gotta take these off for a minute. Oh. All right. Well, I guess where the hell is my other one? There it is. Well, it's just about that time for you guys in Louisiana and Texas. You guys are all in that central time zone. Is it time, Mike? 1 minute. You guys got to let me know when it's, because I don't have any way to pull it up. Hold on. I'm just going to put him down for a second. 22:58. Yeah, I just had to take my headphones off for a second.
That's fun.
All right, guys. Well, it's Happy New Year to everybody in the Central Time Zone.
Happy New Year, folks. Yay. On cue, right there, on cue.
All right. Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I believe I'll have another drink.
Bottoms up.
Yeah.
This cider is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, to everybody in chat, Happy New Year. If you are just ringing it in now,
I guess
make it a good one, guys.
I guess Christy Sci-Fi is gone.
I think she bailed.
Oh,
but Christy, if you're still listening, Happy New Year.
Tell you what, she's been in some sketchy stuff with me.
yeah.
She can tell you some stuff.
Well, to get out there and do it. I give her so much credit for that. I think she's cool as fuck for that. You know, just to she's got some knowledge. We've talked a few times, and
well, she's kind of the woo side of things, because I'm not a susceptible person to that, and she can put boots on the ground. I remember, I'll tell you this: we were investigating in Mississippi, and I was being real aggressive with them, and I was doing a yell. I mean, being aggressive, and she said, "Oh my God, you just pissed it off," and I'm like, all right, yeah. Well, guess what? We walked to the wood line, and here comes this low, raspy growl. I mean, and I'm like, hey, you're right. After that, I started taking her a little more serious, because she can put her feet on the ground and take a deep breath and say it's good or it's not. If it's not, I still got to go.
Yeah, she can feel that. I know.
Yeah. I still got to go, but I'm a lot more alert. Head on the show. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's good to have. Plus, she can help you track. I put her out front. Go looking.
Sharon Guy says we made it. Lockbeard says fuck off 2020.
Yeah.
Just, guys, you got to make 2021 a better year. It's up to you to make it a better year, guys.
Yeah.
It's going to happen on its own.
I'm interested to know how many in the chat put boots on the ground. I know Squatching Cowboy. I've seen his videos. He does a good job.
Joe? Yeah. I'm going to get him on. He doesn't know yet. Oh, wait. Now he does. I'm going to have him on one day, hopefully.
Yeah, he has a no BS approach. Very much, like I've done. Have a lot of respect for people who go out, put the time in, do and look, and have honest questions and are honest looking for answers instead of It bothers me that a piece of information will be thrown out there that may not be factual based. It's not factual, but it'll be thrown out there, and then it is regurgitated by so many people until it turns into something that's supposed to be fact.
And it's not.
Yeah, that's why I debunk, and I'm very careful what I put out there. I have to witness something multiple times for it to turn into something solid before I put it out there.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, to definitely, because you're putting your word on it, so it is something that you have to check and double check and triple check.
Well, I'll tell you, there was a part of the team that didn't like me when I got with the show tracking, or they didn't believe me, and I said, you don't have to believe me. All you gotta do is come out with me and see what I see. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not here to prove Bigfoot's real. I already know that. I'm here to put what I've studied out there, and if you don't have to believe me, come out and let me show you what I found. And that's how I approach that. And I've had people's eyes go.
I was going to say, I'm sure you changed opinions.
Yeah, yeah. So,
and that's good. People should.
Yeah.
If you can do that for someone. I mean, they might not like it after the fact, like, shit, I really didn't want to see that. Or, but, people need to wake up as far as this subject goes. Awareness is important.
Well, I'm very careful. I'll warn people, especially if it's their property. Okay, if we go on your property and do this, it's going to be different for you from here on out. And I had a guy back out. He says, you know what? I don't want that to change because I got to live here. And I said, good, because, and I tell people, unless you can get in a dinghy and go out on the North Atlantic and put your leg over in the water and go to sleep, you don't want to know about these things. And that's truth.
I'm just reading something in chat. Johnny 2287 said, my mom's family has property in Pennsylvania for about 200 years. My mom and her family grew up with Bigfoot. The male Bigfoot she knows is around 70 years old. Thanksgiving was the last time she saw him. Thanks for sharing it, Johnny.
Very cool.
Well, it's little things like that that give, somebody had a question about age, and that's an awesome
Absolutely.
bit there.
Because if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
Sure.
If I have a theory on it, I'll say, well, this is a theory on it. But if I know something, if I say something's fact, believe me, I have beat that to death and tried to debunk it. I mean, it's as dead as roadkill before I can say, yes, this is real,
When you finally have to give in and go, okay.
Yeah. I'm hard-headed. I am hard-headed.
But you have to be.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do the subject justice,
you
have to be hard-headed and thorough and present the facts that are facts, and there's nothing wrong with the way you do your.
Well, belief is hard. I couldn't believe it. I took my son out 2 summers ago, tracking with me, and I track up behind him. I mean, I got fresh tracks. I mean, I got tracks that are in a creek bottom, stepping out of a creek bottom, and mud fell down into the track, and it's wet. That's how close I am behind Sasha. And little Sam is out there. He starts yelling at us. 13-second long yell. And my son's talking, and I shush him. Shh. And does it again. 13-second long yell. I said, that's little Sam. We need to get out of here. And he said, that's just the local crackheads that live in the woods, Dad. He said, that's Sasquatch. It's not real. I said, do you see that track? You think there's and Sasha's got a 16-inch track. I said, you think there's a 16-inch barefoot person running around here? And he says, I don't know. And so.
How old is your son at this point?
22. He's 22.
And you've been doing this most of his life, and he doesn't believe in him.
No, he just can't accept them.
Okay.
He was actually there with me when I had my second encounter. He wasn't at that spot, but he was in a deer stand about a quarter mile away. And after that hunt, I mean, I wasn't even hunting. My head was screwed up.
Sure, he went the aftermath.
Yeah, I go pick him up. I take him back to camp because we're camping out there. And he comes up and he says, hey, Sasquatch is going to get you. He's 12. He says, Sasquatch is going to get you tonight. And I said, why in the world would you say that to me? And he says, because it's a scary story. So I said, you want a scary story? Once upon a time this morning. And I told him the whole thing. And his eyes were big. And he says, there's no way that happened. And I said, that's the same thing I said. So he was there. He knows. It's the belief thing that a human cannot wrap their head around what's really there. It's such a far-flung thing and such a fringe science to even admit that you believe that it's real. You're a kook.
Yeah, I've had some strange looks, and then I've had people that because I'll talk to total strangers about it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I've had people, they don't exist. I've had other people, well, as a matter of fact, and they'll get into a story, and you'd be surprised at how many people that I've met believe they exist and are willing to accept that they may exist. I didn't expect it to be as many as I discovered it was.
Well, see, I was on the other end of the spectrum. There's no way they exist. I spent my whole life in the woods hunting and fishing. I mean, we ate and lived off what I killed. I mean, I killed for a living as a young man. And my father told me it was just a wives' tale. And so I laughed a guy off a fire. I was at a primitive event. A guy at a fire brought it up all about Bigfoot, and I laughed at him. I laughed at him until he left. I was an ass. And then 2 years later, I saw him at another event. I had to apologize to him. I said, sir, I am very sorry about that. He goes, oh, don't worry about it. I said, no, you don't understand. I have to apologize. This is 2005 at the time. I have to apologize. He's, oh, I said, that's right. Oh,
Now you know.
you know, yeah. I know what kind of jerk I was. And this is the total opposite of what I was. You know, I still find it strange to be sitting here talking about something that I've had to learn about and get over it being real, and going from disbelief to disproving to actually proving their existence, at least to me, and then tracking them so many times in so many places that the criteria that they call home overlaps on aerial maps to where I can pick it out on an aerial map. This is where they're going to live at. And this is most likely their travel route. And this is going to be a place that, because you have shared areas, you have in a shared area in your area that you share with them. They're just not there at the times you're there. Or if they are, when you come in there, they just leave. So
yeah, I'd love to have you, check out a map of the Verde River, Cottonwood,
mm-hmm.
and let me know what you think.
Yeah.
If I'm going to do this, and I might as well do it in the right area,
Yeah. I wasn't very tech savvy. It took me years of tracking in my area to learn how they used it. But then I came across a guy who was a geospatial specialist and showed me how to use maps in an effective way, and knowing how they use areas, what they're looking for as far as a home site goes. We were dead on. Every place we went, we were dead on their home site. We literally,
wow.
Well, we picked a spot in central Louisiana, and my tracking partner and I were doing a preliminary scout, and we hiked in to where this thing's supposed to be living at, according to all the criteria. On our way back out, it crossed our track. We had 17-inch tracks crossing our tracks.
Wow.
Okay. So, and when it crossed our track, went uphill, and I'm knelt down looking at the track, and I start having shit thrown at me. It's hitting right there in front of me. And I know what that means. It's a passive aggressive thing to let you know, hey, I'm looking at you. And so I tell my tracking partner, I said, well, we need to get out of here because we're way back here. And we leave. And that's the one that actually yelled at Christy Sci-Fi and I on that expedition.
What do you think about, Larry wants to know about dogmen and others cryptids?
Spirits exist.
Oh, I know that.
I know they do. They exist. I met a couple of them. They're scary. They're not what I get into. I'll literally, leave me alone. Dogmen. I haven't come across a dogman. I came across one set of tracks that I cannot explain my whole life, and I've only seen one set of them. It was in a sandy area. They were very smooth. The big toe was very prominent. The other four toes were there. They were small 8-inch tracks, and it's just a smooth track. I found 3 tracks, and that was it. And it wasn't human, and I found that set of tracks, and they stuck with me because I've never seen another set of tracks like it, and I hadn't seen anything since, and I don't know what it was. Someone tried to tell me it was some other cryptid, and actually sent me a picture of it, and it was the freakiest looking thing I ever seen. And I hope I don't ever come across one of those, but I haven't encountered a dogman yet that I know of. So,
well, I hear a lot of stories about them.
I hear about them, but like I said, I'm very factual based.
Sure.
It's kind of. Go ahead.
Somebody had the question, so I had to ask.
Yeah, I would literally have to witness it, encounter it, smell it, feel it, say, okay, it's real.
after the third time.
Yeah, it took 3 times for me. You know, the first time she chased me for a mile out of the woods, you know, and when I passed, I wasn't 10 yards over looking her dead in her face. You know, the second one, I had his eye shine in my flashlight at 15 yards at 4:30 in the morning. And he stalked me to my deer stand and crawled next to my deer stand, was sniffing my door. Okay. You know, the third one, when Sasha actually walked into the firelight, and my little boy's running around, how happy, we got a knock phenomenon. We called it a knock phenomenon because we're trying to debunk it at that time. But she steps in there and we all just kind of, do you see that? Yeah, I see that. Do you see that? I'm looking at that. We got in my truck and left and asking each other, are we sure we saw what we saw? You know?
Yeah. What did you say? You had 38?
Huh?
30? How many encounters? 38, you said?
33 encounters.
3.
24 individuals I've tracked of that species.
Wow. Mr. DeVere says, Patrick, what color was the eye shine? I'm going to assume is it different with different individuals?
Without a light in their face, just looking at them through natural eyes in the moonlight, I saw red.
Okay.
With a light, my small pin light in that one's face, I just saw just a light reflection, you know, the same color of my light in his eyes. Now, it's the one at 6 feet when I had a Q-beam in my hand, I mean, a big spotlight, the two of them, what I was tracking for these two ladies that were wanting to do an investigation in an area that I know they're in. And I'm tracking, and I knew about where they would be. They should be. You know, they should have backed off, but they didn't. And I'm tracking, and I got my light on the ground, and I start noticing these two sets of pupils that are following my light. They're literally following my light everywhere, and they're right there off my left knee. And I think, well, I walked up on an animal, no big deal. So I hit it in the face of Q-beam and looking, and the pupils were green, but the irises around them were amber. And they were huge, and they were 9 inches apart. And it's literally, I thought it was just like a regular animal. But I hit it in the face with one of the widest set of eyes, and it starts standing up. And it's 6 feet from me, and it starts standing foot. It gets up my height, and I start backing up. I back up to about a truck length, and I actually run into the woman that's behind me a ways. And she's going to step around me. I throw my arm out, and the only words I could get out, by this time it stood up to 7 foot tall. And I have it in my Q-beam. I said, I shine 7 foot tall right there. And she's looking at it, and she actually kind of goes, you know.
Like didn't believe it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it, and there's another little one that's right there beside it, about 3 foot to its right, which would be 3 foot to the left from me. You know, it was a little one there. I can see. I'm keeping the big one, the eye shine the big one, and what I notice is, you know, when you shine a deer or a coon or an elk or anything at 6 feet with a spotlight, you're going to light the whole thing up, and you'll go see a little bit of eye shine. Not this thing. You saw the eye shine. Everything else is just the color of night. The light is literally bending around it where it doesn't shine the fur. Okay, wow. It slowly turns. I'm watching this thing. It slowly turns. It's 7 feet tall. It slowly turns, and I'm fully expecting to see the side of a head. And I don't see anything. And it turns its back to me, and I hit it right in the back with my Q-beam, and I'm staring. And in the Q-beam, you know, you got your bright circle.
Yeah.
And you got all this out here. It's illuminated. In the brightest circle, I saw shaggy hair, you know, just glistening in that white, bright spot. And then it went on. And they went out 35 yards. Both of them did out, and they turned behind some brush and stopped and stood there, and I could still see their eye shine. And I said, okay, ladies, on my 6. And I kind of did a U-turn. I went back down to a creek. And as I was tracking back down the creek to get back to where we parked, I find they're crossing. And they're crossing, their feet are this wide, and their toes are biting into the sand as they're coming up out of the creek. And I get back to the vehicle, and I said, well, we got to go. I've had enough fun, you know.
But her reaction, like at first she wasn't.
What you got to understand, and this is something I don't normally throw out there, but I'd found out that that person had been partaking in something, some liquid refreshment before we got out there.
Right.
And I wasn't real cool about that because, you know, you can get in a dangerous situation pretty quick. And, you know.
You need your wits about you.
Yeah, exactly. And
Brandy says, have you ever come across any tracks that you cannot identify? And you did mention the one set.
Yeah, the one set that had a big toe, and it very pronounced come out, and then it had another toe here, and then it had the other 4 toes. But that that one toe was huge. And the thing, a Squatch track, you can see the compression of the weight in the sand. You know, when you step, I have people send me tracks all the time. I can debunk 99% of tracks sent to me just because of the locomotion, the weight, how they distribute their weight as they're walking. Also, the length of their toe, the bone between the ball of the foot and your next joint up is actually shorter on a Sasquatch than it is on a human. But this track, it had a very long, huge toe and then 4 other toes that were separate of it over here. And a smooth track. You couldn't find the compression. It was not a heavy beam. It walked very light in the sand. There wasn't any bending of the foot of a metatarsal.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing like that. It was just a flat stamp, and it was gone. So, yeah.
So, did you get a left and right?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
but both feet were the same as far as okay.
Yeah, it was almost too perfect of a track. Most tracks are messy.
Sure.
These tracks were just too perfect. If I didn't know any better, I would say someone went out there and tried to hoax me. But no one knew where I was going, and no one was out there when I got there, and I didn't find any. Normally I can track someone into that area where I'm going. I'll find their tracks too. I can't tell you how many times I've had to debunk Christy's track, her boot track, her size track, because she'll cross in front of me when I'm tracking. I'm like, that's a Christy, but there was no one there. It was way out in the middle of nowhere. So.
Okay, what else? I'm just blowing through chat trying to come up with some more questions.
Yeah.
Mike Stockton splitting. Good night. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I think if I ever find out they are spirits, I'll be done with it.
Sasquatch?
Yeah, if I ever find out Sasquatch is a spirit, I'm out. Because those things will follow you home.
I was going to ask that question. Now that you mentioned it, because usually somebody does, somebody might have already. Has anything ever followed you home?
As far as I know, no. I've had things happen close around that I attribute to their population density and the fact that they're pushing into more urban areas. They live just outside of my rural community. because the interior is already full of Squatch. They've got to find places to go. Strays don't make it around this town very long. So, no, I don't have a YouTube channel. I investigate and I put stuff out there when I have it. If someone has questions, then I'll answer them. But I don't seek the camera. I don't seek the spotlight. It's just I'm supporting this community and trying to push forward a subject very much like I do in my primitive group. My primitive group, I teach knife only survival, trapping, tracking, equestrianship. I teach a lot of skills classes, and I pay. It's all out of my pocket and my expense and my time to do so, and I don't mind. I love doing that. I have people that have those skill sets that are all across the country, and it helps and betters their life.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I do here. I try to take the same approach here.
Well, thank you for doing what you're doing, man. I think it's very important.
No problem. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm tech savvy enough to do a show. Put on
If I can do it, anybody can do it. Trust me.
Oh, you make it look easy.
Yeah, I didn't know shit when I started. I was still like, what does that do? Looking at my keyboard, wondering if I push that, what happens? And you'll see occasionally, it hasn't happened yet tonight, which is a miracle. All of a sudden screen will go black, like, oh, you pushed something wrong again.
But yeah, I have a lot of insight and a lot of observations. And anybody that's researching this, what they don't do is just as important as what they do. Which one scared you the most? The first one. I had 2 years of nightmares after the first one.
Really?
Because they didn't exist. They did not exist. They don't exist. There's no way that's real. And the first time I saw her, I was trying to catch her, because she was stalking me and I was being stalked, and I know what it is to be stalked. I'm a predator. And the only way I caught her is I took a half step, and when she expected me to take a full step where she could jump, I took a half step and looked, and there she was in mid-flight. She's off the ground. Her right foot is stretched out. The hair on her foot is moving in the breeze as she's sailing through the air. And she's muscular. She's thin. She's my size, but thinner. And I could see the reddish orange hair on her. And when she hit the ground, this is what really got me. She hit the ground and the sun was going down. And when she hit the sun, there's a tree right here. And the sun is back here. And she passed in between the tree and the sun. And when she passed there, you could see the split ends on her hair floating. And the split ends were about that long, and they were kind of a blondish, almost white color. And the rest of her is orange red. And when she passed behind that tree, and my right foot wanted to take off running, my left one didn't know what the hell to do. I almost fell. I tripped forward and I caught myself going uphill into a jog. And that was the one that scared me the most because,
that was your paradigm shift.
Yeah. She had a design in her head that I didn't understand, but she's so brilliant that where she's at, we were going to intersect in the dim road. And so, and from training horses, I've learned to listen to gait, because you get a horse doing something when he breaks his gait, then, that's your cue to change his mind to do something different. And I'm listening to her gait to change. And when her gait changes, I leapt out and took off. And she runs out to this road and looks at me and scuffs her feet on the ground like a kid that didn't get her way. She scuffed her feet on the ground, and that sent me into, I go into crisis mode because you're in a survival situation. Your cool, forward, calm mind is your greatest asset. And I was struggling to retain that. I really was. And so I'm running for my life, as far as I know, for a mile. Sure. And for 2 years after that, I was on that road 4 or 5 nights a week with a nightmare all night. I'd lay down, go to sleep, and then I wake up on that road and I'm running for my life. And that happened 4 or 5 nights a week for 2 years.
Wow.
And so that was the most terrifying. When I had to put it past me, I repressed it. I repressed it to the point that was a hallucination that didn't happen until the second encounter happened. And when the second encounter was happening, I literally pinched my arm and twisted myself.
Make sure.
Yeah, it didn't change. He's still there, And yeah, it's a rabbit hole. It turns into a rabbit hole. But what is at the end of that rabbit hole? The best way I can describe researching them is that you go down a rabbit hole. You got all these people. They're saying, well, you got all this woo over here. You got all this known unknown here that people say happened, but it's not actually factual based. And then you can get caught in this rabbit hole where you don't get anywhere. And that's part of what Steve Ishdahl talks about. Yeah. But if you hit that rabbit hole enough, eventually you're going to get out of it, and you're going to realize that they leave tracks. You can track them. They're a physical animal. You can find their kills. I found tracks with a deer bone, jawbone that was gnawed on where it dropped it in its track. So it's eating. So anything it eats because of a physical nutritional need.
Sure.
So it is a physical animal that leaves tracks. It needs nutrition. It does 40 plus miles an hour. I know it can pick you out in a rainstorm on a dark night at 460 yards. It has a great amount of capabilities that are so great they're superhuman, and they are superhuman because they're not human at all.
Sure. Have you ever found scat?
I found a huge turd one time.
Okay.
And I did not take a sample. I didn't want to touch it. I looked at it, and it was the same. I think it was Little Sam's, and it was probably 8 inches long, that big around. And I said, well, that's nasty. And I just sidestepped and went on,
Well, I found, somebody had found some recently, a couple of weeks ago. And it was, I think he said it was like a foot long, and it was like the diameter of a can.
Yeah.
Can. And he pinned it, and I went and I found it a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It was still there. It shrunk because, it's so arid here that everything just dries up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was full of manzanita berries. Don't know what it was to, but I don't know of many bear around here, and that, to me, that would be the only thing that would have left that behind. It was too big,
Well, I've seen bear scat. Do you have brown bear?
No.
Or grizzly? Because black bear scat is normally clumped up, and it's just, it's not that long and that big around.
I've seen black bear scat.
Yeah.
But this was too big. I was just like,
it sounds like what I found in my area that I attribute to Little Sam. That's what it sounds like.
I'm just getting into this.
Yeah.
This side of it where I'm going out, it's like,
yeah.
Well, hell, let me go venture out and see what's out there. And now, using Google Earth, I'm just finding all these crazy spots that I want to explore.
Mm-hmm.
And they're local, and I believe, I think, well, I'll let you look at a map and tell me what you think about my area.
Oh, I will.
That would be awesome.
Not a problem. I actually had someone try to market what I do, and this person learned how I pick area, how the criteria I use, and this person got very good at it, and I don't know how that turned out.
So
they paying attention.
Exploit it.
Yeah, they were doing that, and and which, putting the pin on the map's only half of it. Finding where they were is easy. It's getting next to them that's difficult. Because they don't want you to know they're there.
Sure.
Their greatest thing is that no one knows. And so as long as you don't know, they don't want you to know. But if you even if you don't know, if you go out there and use communication that they understand and that then things can change real quick. So I'll take a look at the area and try to pick how they're using it and send you a waypoint on that.
Yeah, definitely. Patrick Noble, thank you very much. He says, good show, Mogs or Mogo. Yeah, Paul, dehydration of the scat. Yeah, it's so arid out here, it shrunk. But even in the condition I found it, it was big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been out there at not Arizona, but Wyoming, northern Colorado. 10% humidity, 8,000 feet just about killed me.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm at 268 feet above sea level.
I'm at, I don't know, around 3,500.
Yeah.
Where I'm at now. Yeah. And the mountains across the street from me they're about 7,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my first trip to 8,000, I was actually at 5,000 in Casper. I drove up in the mountains to 8,100, jumped out of Toyota Land Cruiser that I had rented. I jumped out, I went 25 yards, hit the ground and crawled back and got back into the Land Cruiser, went back down to 5,000 feet where I could breathe.
Yeah, I know that when I go to Flag, it's about a little over 7,000 feet in Flagstaff. And you do realize that just a little lack of oxygen makes a difference.
Yeah. Well, I'm fixing to head out, Chief.
No worries, man.
It's been great. It's been fun.
At the halfway point.
All right. Well,
thank you so much. I've been talking to Christy, and she had suggested that I get you on, so I can cross you off the list. You're on a list.
Oh no, I'm probably on a few lists.
No, I was gonna say it's not the shit list. Don't worry.
Okay. All right.
Not mine anyway.
Okay. Well, anytime you want me back, just holler.
Absolutely.
Or if not, yeah, no problem. And Chad, it's been fun. It's been nice seeing everybody chat. And y'all have a good and safe New Year's Eve.
You do the same. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Goodbye.
Talk to you soon. Wow. I got to take these off because these fucking things are killing my ears. My ears aren't used to having things around them. Only need them when I'm talking to people anyway. So I hope you guys are having a good evening. What are we at? 20 minutes till the next New Year's. Oh shit, that's my New Year's. Yeah, wow, 86 in chat. 2 hours and 30 minutes in. It's about the halfway point. Let me just cruise. Yes, Larry, he was great. Patrick is very knowledgeable. Christy has told me about him. Because they, like I said, they used to do some, and he said they used to do some research together, and very knowledgeable. It's, I don't know. I want to see one. You guys know I do. Hold on, I gotta open a door. It's hot in here. Look out! There's go on. You can go out too. Go ahead. Yeah, but I mean, I want to see one. It's just, do I? I say I do, but do I? Yeah, no, I want to. It's one of those things. I need to, like he said, you have to see it for yourself. Until it's, I have that that visual or experience, there's always going to be that little skeptic inside of me. But it's healthy skepticism. But yeah, Patrick, thank you so much for coming on. Paul, earlier. Anybody else, you're feeling froggy and you want to come on? I don't know if people have gotten in touch with me. I kind of was enthralled with that whole thing. Let's see. I'm just going to check the email real quick. Negative. Oh, wait. Joe Pass. Joe left, didn't he? Oh, wrong one. So yeah, guys, still got some time to kill. Fuck, it's hot in here. That's why I opened the door. Mogs, Pammy is still here with you. Is Pammy in here? Oh, what's up, girl? Yeah, exactly, Steph. I want to see one too from my car. Well, it's I the way Patrick approached it, it took 3 times for him to actually admit it. I understand, but I don't know that I'm going to have a third chance or a second chance. So I think I'll believe it the first time. Not saying anything's wrong with that, the way he's doing it. I think, be sure. But, when he saw it, it wasn't part of his paradigm. I mean, that's why I think me going into the woods and seeing something, I'm pretty sure I'm going to know what it is. And then have to deal with the fact of, I know what it is. It's gotta be, and it may never happen, but I'll put myself in that situation somehow. What do people in America have for breakfast? Is that what you just asked? Geez, we have all sorts of breakfast to choose from. Some go the sweet route or do cereal. Some do bacon and eggs or sausage and eggs and toast. And yeah, we like our breakfasts. I'm a meat and potatoes guy and eggs. I'll eat breakfast for dinner, for lunch. I love having potatoes, fried potatoes, and I'll just make this big scramble, and everything goes into the scramble. What is that, Pammy? Looking forward. Wait. Looking forward to showing you Zoom on new camera. Oh, you got a new camera, Pammy? Oh, where you got one of those Zooms where you can see the fucking craters on the moon? So Stephanie Perez says, I've been screamed at twice, 2 separate times, freaked me the fuck out. Still want to see one. Glutton for punishment. And I don't blame you. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have even, maybe a little over 3 years now. I'll say 4 years ago. I wouldn't have given this shit really a second thought until, I stumbled upon Sasquatch Chronicles. And I've been enthralled ever since. It's funny. I was thinking about it today, what was our last show? Tuesday. So today's 52nd show. And I just had to laugh. How did I get here? What the fuck am I doing here doing this? It's so bizarre. But it's the right thing to do. It's the right genre. It's the right everything to me. I can't explain it. And, it's the right people. And you guys are the right people. You're educated. You're informative. You're just wonderful people in such a weird fucking subject. Be it paranormal, UFO. I mean, we are the fringe. And I have no problem being part of the fringe, it's just makes me scratch my head every once in a while, but I wouldn't have it any other way. So, hey, Belle. Stephanie's like, I think I'd want to smoke something first. Then I'd be ready. In other words, I don't want to see Sasquatch unless I'm stoned. All right, let's see what Megan has to say. How are you, sweetheart? Hey, Mokes, thank you for your show in 2020. You have made a huge difference in a whole lot of people's lives this year. We love you. Best wishes. Good night. Megan, thank you. You know what? A lot of people have made a difference in my life also. So that goes both ways. And I hope it's, unless you're Sir Mix-a-Lot, what, like in big butts? Yeah, Mike, that's true. Megan, likewise, people love you too. I look forward to Megan every week. Not everything makes it to the screen, but it's funny because some people don't take the humor as well as others. It's cool. Yeah, I love all you guys. You guys are amazing. Belle, how's the baby doing? For those of you who don't know, Belle Prepper just became a grandmother again. Lovely little boy. Game with Greedo, what's up, man? What do we have? 11 minutes till our New Year's. This is going by quicker than I thought it would. I guess it just helps to have people that, are good with conversation, I've racked up several of Moog's shows for him. Okay, we got monstermogi@gmail.com. Still, well, there's still some time left, I should say. If anybody wants to come on and save my ass, this is a long night. What are we on? 2 hours and 10 minutes? We got this. Never mind. I got this. No, I don't. Hash browns. What's the matter, Wonder Woman? Don't you know what hash browns are? Hash browns are awesome. I know you know what they are. I'm just kidding. just the whole thing. I have frozen hash browns in my freezer. I have a bag of potatoes. I go through potatoes like crazy. Stephanie, what's the weirdest paranormal experience you ever had? Weirdest. I don't know. They're all kind of weird. There hasn't been a shit ton of them. Probably outer body experience I had when I was 13. Because that was really my first real crazy shit that happened. You know, as far as like spirits and my mom and stuff, that was later on. And so yeah, probably my outer body experience. It didn't last long. I've told that story before. My hair looks like shit. What the fuck? Bad hair day. Oh shit. Oh dude, you can't, Mike. Thanks. Again, go away. Do you ever plan on going back to Jersey? Yeah. You know what? I as far as I was concerned, Jersey could kiss my ass. However, that kind of changed today. That opinion, actually. I told you this earlier. You know, I reached out to my cousin today and found out my uncle had passed away. And then he tells me that my cousin tells me that they scattered him and my uncle's buddy. They scattered their ashes off the Jersey Shore. I say their ashes because it was my uncle as well as my grandmother. But what my cousin didn't know is I scattered my mother's ashes off the Jersey Shore just a few towns away. So that was pretty strange, you know, and I got really choked up and emotional with that today. And it was great to, you know, to hook up with my cousin. So yeah, until today, I like I said, Jersey could kiss my ass. But now I'm starting to rethink that, and I think it would be I'd like to go back and, you know, maybe would meet up with my cousin over there. And you know, I used to go every year and celebrate my mom's passing. We'd go to the Jersey Shore and you know, hang out and get whacked, you know, drunk or whatever. And so yeah, I might go back, but that would be for the reason is to go to hit the Jersey Shore and pay my respects to my mother, my uncle, my grandmother. I just found it weird that, you know, he had scattered their ashes, you know, same area, you know, it was cool. Stephanie's like, come back to the East Coast. I like it out here. I do. I'm not married to it, but I have family here, and I'll be here for a while. It's pretty cool here. You know, I spent 40 years in New Jersey. It's a long time. It was time to get out and do some exploring. You know, I left Jersey and I went to New York and then to North Carolina, then to Tennessee, then to Alabama, then back to Jersey, then New Hampshire, then Arizona, then to Wisconsin, back to Arizona. You know, I've in 10 years, in 2 years before I moved out here, I was bouncing all over the place, just checking things out. I turned 40 and I was just like, all right, I got to go explore. And Bobby, you're right. Life is too short. Time to reconnect with our loved ones. And it's very true. I am, like I said earlier, I lost touch with my kids. Life happened. To this day, I haven't spoken with my daughter, Christopher's sister. Probably over 15 years. Yeah. And my dad had ran into her, I guess, over the summer, my daughter, and, asked, you want to reconcile with your old man with me? And she said, maybe in time, it'll take time. I'm ready. I'm a different person than I was then. But like I said, life happens, and it'll in its time, it'll work out. I have faith in that. All right. Don't mean to bum you out. Sorry. Last of the Wild. I didn't say hi to you. I apologize. I know you've been here all night. I appreciate that. Rafaela, thank you. It'll happen one day. It'll happen. Where in Wisconsin? I was in Prescott, Wisconsin, just Midwest, western border on the St. Croix River, borders Minnesota. Duke knows where it's at. He's lived there. Nice, Sharon. Mr. DeVere, you know what? I'll try. I'm willing. We'll see. We'll get her brother involved, and maybe get her out here too. Come visit. But if I have to go out there to make it happen, I'll go out there and make it happen. Yeah. Right now, she's my daughter is, and I'm proud of her. She's a dental assistant over at NYU, New York University. She's done well. She's doing well for herself, and I'm proud. And her mother did an amazing job raising the kids, my son and daughter. And to her, I think, Happy New Year, and thank you for that. She'll never hear this. Oh, yeah, it is. Holy crap. She's like, Mogs, it's fixing to be your New Year. I don't have anything to count down with, or I have no idea what time it is. It says 11:59. 11:59. When that changes, what did I do with those damn things? Oh, here they are. Big Rob still at work and still lurking. Right on, brother. Happy New Year to you. Sorry about the crinkles, but I just feel like making a mess tonight. And I'm doing it with these damn little spring-loaded pop thingies. Okay, it says 12 o'clock. Well, Happy New Year, everybody. Let me see if this... Oh, sure, this one don't work. Oh, there it is. This place is a fucking mess. There's confetti all over my keyboard, all over the room. That's cool. Happy New Year, guys. Hold on. I got to pull this confetti off of here. And thank you for the New Year's wishes. Thank you. Duke, Happy New Year. I know you're in my time zone. And we have one more to go in an hour. Time's flying by pretty quickly. I'm pretty impressed. Miss Real Dill, how are you, hon? Happy New Year. Mokesters. That's awesome. Oh yeah, Belle, Happy New Year. I forgot you're in our time zone too. Yeah. I hope you guys make it a good one. Hold on. What are you doing, little girl? You coming back up here? Oh, you know it's New Year's and you need to come climb on me? All right, come up here. Come on up here. Come on up here. There you go. All right, look over here. Look over here. Over here. What's this? What are you doing, you silly dog? This is my baby. This is Maya. Right? Right. Oh, what are you going to be camera shy? All right. You done? Do you guys have to go out? I should let him out. Party at Moog's place in 1 minute. Oh, that was 2 minutes ago. Lockbeard, are you in? I don't even know where you're at, dude. But I just saw somebody say Happy New Year. So, Bigfoot Radio, squeaky cheese is the best. You got to be talking about cheese curds. That's the only squeaky cheese I know. It squeaks on your teeth. What's Ellsworth Creamery? That's a good one over in Wisconsin. Prairie Fire, thank you. Thank you very much. I had a good one last year, so we'll keep this going. Yeah, there you go. Mokesters t-shirt? Maybe. I'm still sitting on a box of bandanas I don't know what to do with. I think I'm just going to hand decorate them. I'm going to buy some permanent markers and shit and take orders. Anybody want it customized, and I'll sign it. Well, I don't know, whatever fuck I'm going to put on it. I wouldn't want my autograph. But yeah, I will definitely customize them. I wanted to get them printed, but I haven't had time to even look into it. And right now, kind of got to conserve money till I find other employment. Mike, why are the cats drunk at your house, dude? TFV, my son lasted till 15 minutes ago, then fell out. Scotty B says, at least, Moog, you call her a bitch. She won't slap you. Your dog. No, I know what you meant, dude. Wouldn't be lying either. Got bitches in my bed every night. Okay, one bitch. Lucy can't get up on the bed anymore. It's funny, and I made stairs for her. She won't use them. Wonder Woman, don't push the red X. And that's what happens is like, it's usually when I invite someone on and I have that screen up and I go up to the corner to get rid of that screen. And instead of minimizing it, I exit out, but I exit out the whole damn thing. So all this. I've shot off like 3 of these already, I think. I got one left. Yeah, that's I always push the wrong button. Just sign them? I don't know, dude. I don't know. When you guys think about that, I mean, like I said, I have all these bandanas and they're all different colors. There's like 12 different colors. I think 8 in each color. yeah, I guess, I was just going to get permanent markers and pull a BLB, like, what they did with their hats. They did it themselves. And there's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's more custom. It's more personal, if you will. Kim, good night. Happy New Year. I'll see you. I don't know. Probably tomorrow night or whenever Pammy comes up. See, this is how it happens. Stephanie, I want a black one. A bud tender? No, I'd smoke it. I couldn't. I'd get fired for, bud tender. I don't know that we have those around here. Oh, I guess with the dispensaries. I'm just going through chat. Sorry. Quiet. It's funny. I just read the fireworks thing and one just went off and Maya just reacted. She just stood straight up and she's all like nervous now. You're okay. It's okay. Yeah. You're breathing. You're okay. Yeah, it's funny. Normally I would hear fireworks. I only just heard that one just now. Maya, stop. You're hurting me. You girls have to go out. Hey, can I bounce for like 2 minutes, guys? Let me just throw these dogs out. I guess we're gonna take a quick break. You know what? I'm Lee. I'm kind of. I didn't hand in my resume to them, so I'm just not really cartel material. So, Kathy, good night. I'll be right back. Come on, girls, let's go out. Sorry to do this to you. I put music on, but don't have any. I don't need a copyright strike. Let me just go let these girls out. Come on, ladies. Don't worry. Hurry up. Go. No. No. You're not gonna go? All right, you go ahead. Say I didn't offer. Here, have a good one. Here, please. Oh, they're gonna be finicky like cats and not go out. Go figure. Sorry, I had to bail like that. Probably should have went and used the bathroom, but I'm good. Geez, what time is it? It's 12:10 and there's 72 people here. God bless you guys. How the fuck did you guys put up with me for 3 hours so far? 3 hours? Why did I say 5 hours earlier? Guess we all need 4, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, one more time zone. Woohoo! I'm not celebrating Hawaii. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Larry, the fireworks scared him. I don't even go watch the fireworks on 4th of July. They're not far from here. They're less than a mile away, and my dogs just freak out. So I stay home and just once the first one goes off, they're on my lap. Kathy, good night. I think I said that already. Jean's Pretty's Pups, Cashew High and Good. We are out of 2020. You know what? I haven't seen a year where people have been so excited to get the fuck out of the year in 2020. Although 1999 was pretty interesting because everybody had that whole Y2K thing going. Talk about prepping. I didn't prep shit. But yeah, 2020 was a trying year for a lot of people, and going into 2021, just because it's just another day, unfortunately. But again, make the best of it, and you make make it what you want it to be. It sounds easier said than done, but change is possible. I'm living proof of that. I think, doesn't matter. TFV, if you're leaving, peace. Oh, no. Wait, you said, Wonder Woman. Never mind. Got it. I should not read ahead so much. $69 out of 71 likes. Wow. What are we at in chat? 74. Oh, Murray's face. Oh, fuck, Murray. I'm sorry, brother. I told Murray I'd get him on. I apologize, man. Speak up. Not that I read everything. Let me see, Murray. If you still want to come on, I'll throw you there. I gotta find it, Murray. If you still want to come on, dude, but I'll send you the link. I don't know where. I have to find your address, dude. Here we go. Sorry. Well, he left, so it's not even worth saying it. Maya, would you stop? Would you stop? Maya, stop. She gets this thing going where, like, she wants my attention, so she'll start butting my arm, so you'll see my arm go like that. It's her. Right, you crazy dog. What's the matter with you guys? Happy New Year, by the way. Murray, I sent that out, so I'm trying not to push the wrong button. Damn, Murray, that didn't take long. Maya, what are you doing? Hold on, Murray.
No problem.
Get my headphones on.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys.
Can I get back to work?
I can't see the chat, I don't think. Well, maybe I can now.
Jeez.
I had to update my phone.
Get down.
Yeah, no. Oh, there we go.
Dog to knock over the bong.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say that? Hang on, Murray. I got to put some headphones on.
No problem.
The hell they are.
Well, I can see chat, but I can't see me. Uh-huh. Oh, here we go.
What's up, Murray?
Not a hell of a lot. She's pretty quiet.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, bud.
Thank you. Sorry it took so long. I completely forgot until I just saw you say I'm fading. I'm like, oh shit. I forgot.
Well, yeah, I am kind of. Yeah, it's. I'm getting too old for this.
Yeah, right. I was the dumbass who came up with the idea of going on for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh,
But
that's
no,
okay.
I would feel guilty if I didn't. If I only rang in the new year with the East Coast, or I
Yeah,
would be like,
that's all good.
what's a little sleep?
It was really interesting listening to Patrick, though. That was pretty
Oh,
awesome.
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. I could just imagine him with Christy out stomping around in the woods.
Yeah, Stephanie, you heard bong, big old glass bong.
uh,
But the
I'll
cool
just,
part, the
I'll
cool
just smoke
part,
these for now.
cool part is the bowl is Yoda.
Oh, cool.
So use the force, I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my dog I gotta clean that up. Maya, what are you doing? Why are you being such a pain in the ass?
Yeah, you're lucky. Mine's outside.
She didn't want to go out. I went to let them go out. They wouldn't go out.
Fireworks noise maybe scared her.
But now she's just insisting on climbing on my lap.
Yeah, so lovey-dovey. That's okay.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Normally, I would keep them out of the room, but
Yeah.
all right. Please get down. Please get down. Come on. Come on, move. Sorry about this, guys. Are you just going to wreck the room or what? Lay down, big girl. She
As long as they
seems...
don't have an accident.
No, she seems a little upset almost. Like, I don't know. She's craving attention. I don't... Oh,
Hey, what
I can't...
happened to Ben? I haven't seen him around for a little while.
I don't know, dude. I have to get in touch with him.
Yes.
I don't know. He's usually around a lot, but I haven't seen him.
Well, the last time he was on chat, he was pretty quiet.
Was he?
Yeah. Seemed to be anyway.
I'll drop him a line. Probably, I might even do it after the show and just throw out a Happy New Year to him.
Oh, they're probably partying up a storm out there in Louisiana somewhere.
The crazy Cajuns.
Yeah.
I'm just going through. I miss my bong. It perished. Rest in peace, Excalibur. Yeah, actually, my roommate gave me that bong, guys.
Yeah. If there's anybody else that wants to come on and chat with you for a while, it's okay by me.
I don't. Nobody's getting back to me.
Oh, brother. Okay.
Oh wait, I spoke too soon. Wait a minute.
Got to be somebody out there. Well, let's turn your camera on. You can just leave it off if you want. Just talk.
Oh, I wonder. Bigfoot Odyssey's got a late show. Is that what I'm seeing on here? Oh no, that was at 10 o'clock. I'm forgetting it's already.
No, I think he's off already. I didn't go over there. I just stuck with you tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, why not?
I didn't even know Carrie had a show tonight.
I didn't know either. Yeah.
I hung out this earlier with Sawdust Beast and watched their show for a bit. And it was cool to see them. Everybody ends up in my chat somehow.
Yeah.
I
was over there too and listened to their show. It was a good show though.
Yeah, I like those. I like those stories that the people told.
Duke's gonna kill me. I missed his. I was busy here at home. No, he was on just after Sawdust or during Sawdust.
Oh, was he on tonight?
Yeah, he was on with Aaron. Can't remember her last name. Aaron was interviewing him. I don't know whether it was live or whether it was recorded, but
I'll have to go check it out. I didn't even know. I was more concerned with my show. I mean, I wasn't sure who was coming on tonight at all, as far as who had what show. What are we at? 72.
well,
How's it going, Walter? Good to
one
see you.
extra came on to see me. Yeah, last time I looked, you had 71 on and 71 likes, so that's pretty damn good.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But
That's
okay. That's
that's
great for
crazy.
you.
No, it is. But
Yeah.
you look at some other channels, and you don't seem. I'm the one that's always begging for likes for other channels. You'll always people likes, please hit that like button, blah blah blah. When I'm moderating my own channel, I don't till the end of the show. I'm like, hey, if you like the show, like it. If you didn't,
Well,
whatever.
Cashew does a hell of a good job for you, I think.
Cashew's amazing.
Yeah, she's amazing. I always thought she was a guy to start with, and then
I think that's funny that Paul just found out
that
tonight.
happens because you don't really know unless somebody says something.
Yeah, and I've slipped up. Like, people do it for a reason. They don't want to be male or female in chat.
Yeah,
They're
you just want to be whoever.
the name. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I find out things and I let shit slip. It's like, oh, wait, you didn't want them to know? Oh,
Well, the other
crap.
night, Duke was going on pretty good there for a while, and some gal says, "You go, girl," and then Cashew says, "Murray's a guy."
Yeah, Duke
Sat there,
did
I
go
thought,
up.
"You go, girl." Oh, okay. Well, I got my picture on there. Jeez, I didn't think I looked like a woman, but I have man boobs. I don't have girl boobs.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know you are. No big deal.
Stephanie says, I want to be like Cashew when I grow up.
How'd it go?
First of all,
Yeah, all right.
don't grow up.
Oh, yeah, I tell you.
Yeah, adulting is overrated.
Yeah.
So I forgot, where are you located?
I'm in southern Alberta, Canada.
That's what I thought. I knew it was southern Canada. Like, I didn't know the province. I couldn't remember
I'm in
the province.
the western part of Canada. BC is the next province to the west. And I live about an hour away from Montana. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, can't go down there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, border's still closed, which sucks.
Something's got to give. I
know they were making a real big deal about everybody's staying separate at Christmas time. So a lot of us, I mean, had one sister was in Edmonton, and another one's in Lethbridge, which is about an hour from here. And I spent Christmas with my folks in Tabor. And well, it wasn't a couple of days later, the infection rates went up 400%.
Because of
Christmas gas. Because we were hearing that people were parking down the street and then walking towards a house, and there'd be a big family gathering. So I don't know. I'm okay. I haven't been sick. So
yeah, I haven't. My father just came down with it. But he found out in the hospital. He just had open heart surgery recently.
Yeah, right. Well, when you're a little bit older, you're a little bit more susceptible, and plus he's had surgery, so.
Yeah, and I don't think he got it from the hospital.
No.
They believe it was from someone in the family.
Oh, okay.
Where he's staying. My dad's strong. He'll be fine.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be. Yeah.
It's just I just don't understand. Something has got to give.
It's gonna have to give sooner or later, because if we don't, we're in a real shitstorm.
Well, I think we're in for some sort of real shitstorm coming up soon.
Well,
once this whole
things are bad enough right now.
Yeah, but I mean, once the president-elect takes over, I think there's going to be some weird shit that happens. Like,
yeah.
shutting the country down or just, something that's just going to be unnecessary, trying to prove a point. But I'm guessing. I don't know.
Well, Trump will try and keep everything going. I think Biden would probably tuck tail between his legs and kiss his ass goodbye, and you're all screwed. But
Right?
Yeah, but I think Trump will keep things going. Well, he'll keep things going. Can't make any money if you're not working.
Pammy, good night. I'll see you tomorrow night. It's my sister. She's hopping on a plane. She's in Jersey right now.
Oh yeah,
She's hopping on.
Okay, heading down your way then.
Yeah, well, my dad's gonna, need some assistance for a while when he gets back to his house. So she's actually coming out for 3 months.
Oh, okay. That'll be cool.
I keep hearing this weird.
Yeah, I can hear it too. It's either Big Brother or ET's chatting with us.
Just making sure it's not the plug in my. It's some sort of echo for me. That's weird.
Well, it's supposed to be on Sawdust Beast the other night, and I was backstage, but the static was so bad, and then finally, a message popped up about Safari having problems with audio. So I checked for an update. Sure enough, there was an update. So I told Mark, I said, I'm just going to pass for the night. So it took me about 3 hours to update it. But audio's way better.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else can hear that. I hear this weird. It does sound like alien talk.
We could hear it.
It's that clicking noise. Stephanie Perez.
Yeah, bit of a clicking noise. Yeah,
that's weird. Yeah. No, Mr. Lee 3PL. Marie is a woman? No.
No.
Really?
Absolutely not.
That's funny. Cashew says, Mr. Lee 3PL, and we've come full circle. Yeah, I can't help the clicking, guys. I see you guys commenting on it. I can't do anything about it right now. I don't know.
Take another hit off your bong, 3PO. Relax.
Let's see. Robin Ward says, wow, Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year. I won't say it, but 2020 sucked. Well, I was going to say fuck, but anyway. Yeah.
You can say whatever you want.
What?
No, like I said, it was a very trying year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it has been.
A lot of people lost family members, employment. So it's, like I say, something's got to give. It's got to get better. And you have to really take an active role in making it better.
Well, we haven't lost anybody in our immediate family. I've got a nephew, he's an EMT, and he's taking precautions for himself.
Sure.
And he said things were seemed like they were kind of getting better there for a while, but my mother, she's afraid to go outside, and Dad, he's not afraid to come out here. He's got a guy helping him, working for him, and he sits in the back part of the cab, and that's got, what do you call it, a quad door or 4-door pickup like I've got, but he sits in the back corner, Dad drives, so anyway. But Dad won't wear a mask. He runs around town without one.
The only time I wear one is if I have to. I have to get on the bus, or I have to go into Walmart or any other, public place. I wear a mask, but I'm not going to walk down the street with a mask on.
Yeah, no, there's not too many people that are doing that here. It's just if you're going shopping somewhere, buying groceries or smokes or liquor store or whatever, you have to wear a mask. But
people that are wearing them in their car.
Yeah, some do.
Really?
Well,
TFE says it's gremlins making the noise.
Yeah.
That is weird. It does sound like some alien talk.
I don't know. I'll try to shut my mic off, see what happens here. No, that's not it.
But I think it was an echo coming from my. It's definitely my echo, but it's weird.
Well, am I coming through really clear? Am I stopping and starting again?
No, you're smooth. No breakups or anything. It's
Oh,
just
that's
that
good.
background
Yeah.
noise that's coming through. I don't know what that is.
Well, I think the last when you had me on that one time, and I checked
Oh,
afterwards,
it was
and there was a lot of breakup in it, and I noticed that later on that my phone was in 2.4 gig mode with Wi-Fi. So when I switched it back to 5, it seems to work fine. Now I've set it up so it's on 5 all the time.
right on.
So I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah, I do remember the first time. We couldn't even. It was impossible to talk.
Pretty bad. We kept interrupting each other, and half the time I remember what I was talking about, but when I rewatched it, I thought, oh shit, there's a lot of stuff didn't come through, but whatever.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because you might get on a subject and we'll get distracted with the audio or something, and we forget that what the hell we were talking about. So the point never gets across.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just double checking chat.
But you probably remember here a while back that had some tracks in the snow in front of the house out in the yard here. It kind of freaked me out because after what had happened before, I went out and checked the tracks, but I didn't have any snow boots on. I was just in the pickup truck, wearing sandals, running the dog down the road. So the next morning, I had my 45 loaded and I had my shotgun loaded, had it in the truck, and I was out in the front yard trying to take pictures and finally figured out it was deer tracks.
Oh, really?
But
Was it?
The day before it looked really weird because it looked like somebody was actually walking through the snow from the east to the west towards the house and then around behind the house, and then the tracks disappeared. And I thought, that is really weird. But anyway, it was just a deer.
Just a single deer? It wasn't like multiple deer walking in the same tracks to make them look bigger or anything? That's
Well, a couple of days before, there was a friend of mine in Edmonton wanted to know how much snow we'd had down here. So I drove around and took some pictures. And along the SMRD main canal north of here, there's probably 30 or 40 deer just to the west along the edge of the canal there on the bank. And so, yeah, they were around for a while. There aren't any around right now, but it hasn't been that cold. It's actually been fairly nice. We only had a couple of days here last week.
I'm going to throw some comments that Lockbeard has made. I'm kind of curious. The claim is not enough food out there to support a population of Sasquatch. Ridiculous. Forget the plant food, even without the hogs. There's plenty of meat running around. Oh, I'm sure there are. They're human, not gorillas. Humans are designed to eat over 95% meat. Trust me, I eat 1/3 the volume naturally on only meat. 6 deer a year feeds me. That's about 24 for a 900-pound Sasquatch in a year's time. Yeah, there's plenty of food out there.
Oh, sure.
Thanks for that, Lockbeard. That's awesome.
The Sasquatch running around in the tundra up north, though. There's not a hell of a lot for them to eat up there. Probably closer to the west of one of the Rocky Mountains there. Lots of deer there. Actually, there's quite a bit of deer down south here near the USA border, Montana, near the Sweetgrass Hills. I was down there last spring, and there's probably 1,000 deer down there wandering around.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Stephanie. I think that's awesome. That just by making masks, she could pay her rent last month just from mask money. That's fantastic.
That's all right. Yeah.
See, a lot of people, took advantage of certain situations, such as that, and it's a shame that it took a pandemic to to develop a side business, but
Well, there's a lot of people that work bugs. It's people have to do something.
oh no, I think it's great. I think it's great.
Yeah,
That people are being resourceful.
yeah,
Necessity is the mother of invention.
that's right. You sure there's
Robin
nobody
Ward
else wants
says
to
yes.
come on?
I don't know. No one's jumping on. You know what? There's only about 20 minutes left, a little over 20 minutes left till the new year, and then
Yeah, West Coast.
yeah, and then we'll probably cut out just
Yeah,
a little while after that. But I was just reading what's Mike or Patrick. Let's find out. Marty, you got any funny stories?
Oh dear.
I guess we're depressing Mike.
Funny
So.
Halloween. Oh. Years
Halloween.
ago, my aunt and uncle lived out here at the farm.
Hold on, Cashew. I have no way to do that. I can't do anything about the sound.
No, I can't either. Sorry. Short of disconnecting and reconnecting, I think that's all I can do.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that's going to help.
Anyway, it's not a very long story. It's kind of funny. My Uncle Jerry was a real card, and during Halloween, when all the kids were done doing their trick-or-treating type thing, all the older kids would go out and wax windows and soap windows. So there was a whole bunch of kids. They jumped out of the car and ran across the front yard to their house, and they were soaping the windows. So my uncle got an overcoat on and went outside and started soaping windows with them. And then when my aunt yelled, "Hey, what's going on out there?" They said, "Oh, let's get out of here." They all took off. They all ran back to the car that was parked on the road. They got about a mile down the road. And they're all saying, "Who's this extra guy in the car with us?" It was my uncle. He was in the car with him. He said, "Okay, guys, let's go back to clean the windows." That's one funny story. I know.
Right on.
Yeah.
Scotty B, take care. Happy New Year. Says his ass is dragging. Been up since 5 a.m. Yeah, I got up at 6. But I napped. I took a nap. I cheated. Well, I knew today was going to be a long night. It was going to be a long show tonight, so I had to.
Yeah.
Malcolm E, take it easy, man. Happy New Year. Yeah, I know it. I've never been on this late. As far as I've never done a 4-hour show. I've been on other shows and then before that equaled like 4 or 5 hours, but
Space Time Radio, holy moly. Trying to stay awake from that one last night that guy come on with the flat earth thing? Holy crap.
I should have told. I don't know if Belle is in here, but I know she always wanted to like get into an argument with a flat earther.
Some of that shit. You had your work cut out for you a lot yesterday with that guy.
Wow. A flat earth theory? Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I figure if you take a step in any direction from where you're standing, you're going downhill already. So you can't see it, but you are. So.
No, it's true. Unless you head north, then you're going uphill.
Well, any point on the compass. I mean,
yeah, actually, it wouldn't matter, would it? Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter, no. That thing about Antarctica being higher than the North Pole, of course it is, because there's no landmass in the north. It's all ocean.
True. Duke says
Yeah.
masks stop CV-19 in the same way a chain link fence stops dust from blowing into your yard. Yeah, I've
Well,
been
yeah,
hearing
there's a lot
so
of
many
people.
different things about masks, like, you know, they slow. Somehow it's worse. It makes
Well,
things worse.
I was in Walmart a couple of weeks ago, and there was some guy in there who was arguing with a gal, saying and said the masks were poisonous. Now, at the time, there was a lot of Mennonites running around not wearing them at all, and they're telling everybody, you know, everybody else is wearing them. So a lot of people were getting pissed off. So of course, when I heard that guy say that, when I walked into Walmart, something in my head just clicked. So I turned around, looked at him, I said, "Well, then why the fuck don't you get out of here then? If masks are poisonous, then get the hell out." So anyway, I grabbed a cart and I come back and I said, "You still here?" So of course, the whole time I'm shopping in Walmart, I'm pissed right off. And I'm talking to myself. And then about 15 minutes later, here he comes carrying a little bag of cat food of all things. And I just looked over and I said, "Are you happy now?" But they're making everybody wear them here. So whatever. I mean, if they don't work, whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, it wasn't. Belle said it wasn't an argument. She wanted to debate a flat earther.
Just want to date one.
Debate.
Oh,
Not
debate.
argue.
Oh,
Debate them. Not date them.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, you should have been on last night, Bill.
Yeah,
had to work out there.
I should have got in contact with her. I just didn't understand that whole thing.
Just looking in Dave's eyes and thinking, "Oh my God, what do I do with this guy?" Because it didn't matter what he said. The guy always he always had a comeback.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I don't think those science is going to solve this one.
Even Mr. Lee 3PS says, "What the fuck is the Earth is flat all about?" I don't know. It's just I don't get it.
I don't know either. What difference does it make?
It doesn't. All right. Well, guys, it's 15 minutes
that photo.
Say that again?
It's round. I say when the astronauts flew to the moon that time and took that photo of the Earth, or took from the moon, I think. It's round. It's round. Okay, well, you think if it was flat, it would be square.
Well, it's funny that Dave asked him 3 times what shape is the Earth. And finally, on the 3rd time he asked it, the guy came up with some sort of answer, but it's just, I don't know. It's one of those theories. I'm not going to argue. You know, I wouldn't even want to debate him.
Hey, Marks, I can hardly hear you now.
It's round, asshole.
Hey, Marks, the statics is so bad here, I can't hardly hear you, so I'm gonna
All right.
go out.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Good night, everybody, and well, 2021 is better than this past one. So good night.
Thank you. God bless. Happy New Year. And amazing. The static went away. Sorry about the static, guys. Again, there was nothing I could do. Mogs, you getting tired? And are you hungry? I could eat. You know what? And I probably will. If I don't just crash, I'll probably go make some breakfast. Yeah, again, thank you, Murray, for coming on. Sorry. Yeah, it just seems every time that Murray comes on, we do have some sort of sound issue, and there's nothing I could do about it on my end, unfortunately. Iron Dogger, yeah, we're still rocking and rolling, sweetheart. Welcome back. Yeah, it's not quite. What is Alaska in? Is that Pacific or does that go into another time zone? I don't know what the fuck time zone that would be. Alaska time zone? Duke's like, yeah, well, I went to get food at the store after the last midnight. So, hey, this is what you get. Like I said, I would have felt guilty if I only like rang it in with one time zone. So, little sacrifice we make. Bad hair day. What the fuck? We have our own time zone in Alaska. Right on. Alaska, one more time zone over. I'm not waiting for that fifth time zone. Sorry, sweetheart. Alaska is in Russia. No, they're pretty freaking close. Well, damn, Lee. Get some sleep. Fuck me. It's nearly 8 a.m. here. I appreciate you hanging out, buddy. But don't sacrifice your sleep for this show. And yeah, I am so thrilled that everybody is hanging out this late. We have 55 in chat. Oh, man. Stephanie, I didn't have to hear that. Duke, I went to Wawa. Got a steak and cheese. Good for you. I'm just kidding. You know what? I remember, shit, Wawa's been around forever. I think they've been around almost as long as 7-Eleven. Try again. Wawa to me growing up wasn't, I don't know. It wasn't attractive. I'd rather go to 7-Eleven. But yeah, my nephew, growing up, he swears by Wawa coffee. Like he'll order it and have it shipped. Or have someone who comes out. My sister's coming out tomorrow. What do I need from the East Coast? See, there's certain things that you miss. For some reason, for the longest time, you couldn't get shake and bake barbecue style out here. Don't know why, but I think finally now they've started to bring it in. But for the past 10 years, you couldn't find it. That's what I like to use on my chicken wings. Duke, was it Jacklings? I got a jerky stick. Yeah, that's a meal there, Duke. All right, what else? Sorry, just reading chat. All right. Anyway, so yeah, there's like, what do we got? 10 minutes left till New Year's on the Pacific Coast. Excuse me. And then after that, I'm probably gonna bail. If the world is flat, why do we need an IDL for? I got to ask, what the fuck is IDL? That's interesting, Lockbeard. Flat tard movement appears to be some trolls, but some is people trying to create distraction and confusion. Just ignore them. Some are probably paid agents. Huh. Interesting. It's just weird. All the different theories that you run into and crazy shit ideas out there. Well, Mr. Leave 3PO, it's 8 o'clock in the morning there, so it's called practice. Can they at least play the cello and it's not like they're learning how to play the cello? Hopefully they can play it. I think you spelt it wrong, but that's all right. Rosemary Andrews, good night. Thank you so much. These new names that, I mean, I've seen some of them before, but there's been a lot of new names lately, and I'm thrilled with that. Iron Dogger says when you throw astronomy in the mix, it makes so much more sense. Let's see, 2021. Astronomy. Four eclipses this year. There's going to be some interesting alignments of planets this year, too, as we enter the age of Aquarius. Nothing like the sound of cello in the morning. I guess if you're Mr. Lee 3PO, apparently there is something like the sound of cello in the morning. It's called the cello. Well, I'm glad we did this tonight. You know, it's interesting to stay up this long and be on the air for 4 hours. I kept thinking 5 hours I was going to need, but I don't. That's good. This is funny. 3 out of 4 Sasquatch surveyed would rather be bribed with Duke's original recipe than Jack Link's. You heard it here. All right. Good question, Stephanie. How many here have been here from the beginning since I said, what's up, everybody? Mogi Monster here. That's a good question. Rosemary says, I have. That's awesome. You guys would stick around for that long. There's something wrong with you. No, I love it. I think it's amazing that you guys, put that much faith in me and you know what I mean. You assume that I'm going to be able to entertain you for that long. Fools. No, just kidding. Stephanie's been here. Iron Dogger. Crow Creek. You guys have been here that long. That's crazy to me. Thank you. I don't know that we'll be doing any 4-hour shows again soon. I mean, what's next? Arbor Day? Nah. Duke says, I was still on air guesting another show when Moog started. Yeah, I didn't know you had a show tonight there, Duke. Again, why am I wearing these damn things? Fuck, they hurt my ears. It's funny, and I have to laugh. I just did what I kind of laugh at people for doing. You'll see people talking with the earphones on, and you don't need earphones. The only reason I wear them is to prevent an echo. And when I see someone just talking with no guest with earphones on, it's kind of like, you really don't need them. Next year we do it again, huh, Steph? Why not? That's a year from now. Yes, Cashew, you're right. Duke has a note to excuse his tardiness. Oh, wow, guys. Let's see. I'm always, Rills, I'm always tardy. What else? Oh, Ryan popped in. What's going on, buddy? You know what? I haven't had time to really check out your channel. Whispers to a Scream. I definitely, I think I've looked at it a few times, but I'm gonna check it out more. Duke, how's the governor of Montana tonight? Something happened? Four minutes till another New Year's celebration. All right, I do have one of these left. No, I don't. Do I? These things make a mess. These little confetti throwers. That'll be for the next one. Bim Jim says, I'm in the last 5 minutes of 2020. Everybody says 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. My clock says 3 more minutes. 2021 will make 1984 look like 1776. And I'm assuming you're meaning the book and Big Brother and whatnot. So that's interesting. That's a good possibility. You're almost there, Rill. I don't mean to keep you. Show's almost over. Yeah, confetti. I mean, I've been popping these things off, little confetti makers every hour on the hour, just to ring in. You know, I think it's special if you know, especially this time of year, and especially this year. You know, there's so many people who don't have anybody to hang out with or spend time with or spend a holiday with, and I'm thrilled that I could be here for you guys and you guys here for me. I mean, I'm home alone. I don't even know where my roommate is. Sorry, dogs. I didn't mean to imply that you weren't. Yeah, this holiday season has just sucked, you know, for me, the holidays. But the rest of the year was great. All right, we're down to 1 minute. And I'll just go with my phone as soon as that changes. So yeah, I hope everybody had a great time tonight. Still 12:59. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Just wanted to read something. Isaac, what's up, buddy? Happy New Year. 1 o'clock. Happy New Year on the West Coast Pacific time. I hope you guys make it a great one. Here we go. That was the best one yet. Happy New Year, guys. Like I said, make it a good year. You know, this past year sucked. that's a given. And you know what? That year is over. Here's a new start. So hopefully we can make it what we want it to be. Don't let somebody make it for you. Make it yourself, and have a wonderful year. It's it's up to you guys. I'll be here if you need help. I'm here for you guys. Whatever I can do. Well, on that note, we are at 4 hours exactly. I think we're gonna call it a night. And yeah, actually, I salute you guys, and I wish you guys Happy New Year. And I say thank you. And I will be back on Tuesday. It is a new year, and I'm going to do things a little differently. I'm going to get some more guests lined up, beforehand. I have a list, and it'll be a good year. It's going to be an awesome year, guys. Trust me. All right, don't hold me to it. Just trust me. My pleasure, everybody. Thank you, and peace and God bless, man. Happy New Year, guys. Thank you so much. I owe you guys. And I'll talk to you soon, all right? Happy New Year. Good night, guys.